Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
No Titans. Surviving the Apocalypse begins. Part 1. Levi was no longer humanity's strongest, but an eccentric, little old man. But the little old man never thought he would live to see the day the war ended. From the day he was tricked into the Survey Corps by that blonde fool, Levi had decided to dedicate his heart to the fate of humanity. Unfortunately, humanity's fate didn't want his heart. The war took everyone he cared about, took his leg and his eye, but it didn't take his life. Levi tried to reach for the tea set placed on top of the display cabinet. TCH, that kid Falco always likes to put things so high up. Supporting himself on the wheelchair's handle with his right hand and using his intact right leg for a bit of leverage, Levi reached the tea set. Actually, he didn't have to do this himself. With just a cough, Gabby and Falco would come running. As if he were some old man who couldn't take care of himself. Contrary to what Armin and Jean worried about, Levi felt he was the one who had adapted the fastest after the war. But Armin didn't think so. He would repeatedly use discussing post-war measures as an excuse, but in reality, he was awkwardly, like Titan's dogshit, trying to gauge Levi's mood. From being humanity's strongest to living in a wheelchair, such an end seemed, to some, worse than dying in the final battle. Unnecessary worry. Levi huffed a breath onto the cup and vigorously wiped away the invisible dust on the black teacup, secretly hoping it would become as clean as a mirror. Joke's on them, he was humanity's strongest. Whether physically or mentally, a qualified soldier can adapt to any environment. When the war ended, he could naturally fulfill the role of an ordinary person. When the teacup finally reached his standard of cleanliness, Levi satisfiedly tried to put it back into the cabinet. Mr. Levi. With a bang, the door slammed against the wall, and the cup in Levi's hand fell to the floor with a shattering sound. Levi looked at Falco with a dark expression. Mr. Levi. I'm so sorry. TCH, Levi clicked his tongue. By the way, was this cup a gift from Erwin or Hange? Levi couldn't remember for a moment, even those two names felt a bit unfamiliar. It had been 10 years since those two died without him realizing. Levi's sleep had always been an issue. As soon as he closed his eyes, those deceased old friends would always appear before him. But perhaps time really could dilute everything, or maybe the peaceful life had pulled him out of the war. He hadn't dreamed of those two for a long time. By the time Levi snapped back to reality, Falco, who had made the mistake, was so scared he almost wet himself, one leg already outside the door, ready to run at any moment. Looking like you can't hold it in, are you in a hurry to use the bathroom? I told you to knock before entering the room, didn't I? Yes, I'm sorry. Gabby wants to go to town, and I came to see if you'd like to go. Fine, Levi interrupted him bluntly, ignoring Falco's bewildered expression. On the condition that you clean this up first. I won't allow these glass shards to stay in my room. Yes. Falco ran out at top speed as if he had been pardoned. Impetuous brat. Levi turned his wheelchair and slowly headed out of the room, but at the last moment, he couldn't help but glance back at the shattered tea set on the floor. If it's broken, Levi thought. Those two freaks wouldn't be moved to tears in heaven just because he kept their cups. It's time to let go. Levi took back his earlier thought. Fate was dogshit, it never gave him a choice. The dull pain from the back of his head actually began to fade after that moment, but it was also possible that his own consciousness was slowly disappearing. The sensation of blood draining away made Levi feel very cold. His vision flickered between white and black, and in his daze, he seemed to vaguely see several figures. Was it those people from the Survey Corps? It's been a long time, it seems I'm really going to die this time. The noisy calls in his ears receded like waves, and Levi felt a long-lost sense of peace. He had deceived himself for too long, even he had almost believed he had truly let go of those people. It was time to find them. Levi closed his eyes. Levi. Hey, if you keep sleeping, the instructor will be here. Who? Levi struggled to open his eyes, dizzy halos floating back and forth before him. He squeezed his eyes shut and opened them again, his gaze suddenly locking onto a strange, large face in front of him. Bang! A soldier's instinct made Levi attack immediately. He slammed his right elbow into the intruder's head, then used his right leg for leverage to nimbly roll off the bed. Then, Levi bumped his left leg. This was the scene the instructor saw upon entering. Levi was clutching his left leg in disbelief, while the other recruit he had ordered to wake Levi was holding his forehead and howling. The instructor felt the veins on his forehead throbbing as if they were about to burst. Levi. Orlando. Explain. Reporting, instructor. Levi attacked me. To be hit by this piece of trash, it seems you haven't trained enough. Get out and run until you die. Piece of trash. Was he talking about him? Having barely recovered from the shock that he seemed to have rejuvenated and his severed left leg had mysteriously grown back, Levi was hit by the second blow of this world. Levi, stand up. Yes. The soldier's instinct etched into his marrow made Levi stand up quickly, clenching his fist and striking it over his heart. It seemed his hand had recovered too. Huh. What kind of dogshit posture is that? The instructor gradually approached. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, just wanting to stay in the military to get a free meal and lie around enjoying the country's benefits. I've seen plenty of rookie recruits like you. I'm telling you, the nation's Gene Warrior program has achieved significant results. Opportunities for ordinary people like you will only become fewer and fewer. If you don't work hard, watch out or I'll kick you out. Rookie recruit, Gene Warrior. Unfamiliar terms swept in frantically, making Levi even doubt if he had gone crazy from the impact to his head. Or had he taken drugs at some point? That shouldn't be. Ever since he left the underground, he hadn't come into contact with those things. Seeing Levi's indifferent look, the instructor's anger flared. Now, immediately, right now, get out and run like Odolin. You don't stop until he stops. Yes. So what the hell was going on? Running was as simple as breathing for Levi. But it was just as well, he needed some time to sort through the information he had acquired. It didn't seem like a dream, Levi judged somewhat reluctantly. The sun shone warmly, and he could even feel the sensation of a breeze brushing against his face. And, Levi turned his head slightly to look at the center of the training ground. They seemed to be drilling, but Levi had never seen some of the things they held in their hands. They looked like guns, but they appeared different from the ones he had seen before. Since joining the Survey Corps, Levi had continuously experienced loss. His dreams had long been stained with blood, blurred, torn, and painful. The spirits of the dead constantly wept and pleaded with him, asking if this was the end they had given their hearts for. Levi had no answer. He had always hated sleeping. Such a peaceful life didn't seem like something he could dream of. So, was he dead? Levi suddenly recalled everything that had happened before he fainted. A brainless renovation worker had carelessly tied the rope hoisting a heavy stone to a nearby beam. The beam had predictably broken, and a little girl had unexpectedly appeared at the construction site. All of this led Levi to mobilize all his strength and lunge toward the girl to protect her, just as he had when he saw Zeke in the final battle. In that situation, he should have died, so was this the world after death? Would there be titans in this world as well? And would they be in this world too? Ha, ha. Hey, Levi, aren't you tired? I'm freaking dying from running. Oh, right, there was also this guy. Speaking of which, what was this guy's name again? Levi furrowed his brows and shifted his gaze to the face of the person who barely managed to keep pace with him. He was always forgetful, not to mention that Levi's mind hadn't been on him at all at the time. So, Levi used his best skill, giving nicknames. It's only been a few laps. What do you usually do during training? Big nose. Huh, big nose. Orlando reacted as if his foot had been stepped on. Whose fault do you think this is? You little brat. If you hadn't slacked off and missed the assembly time, why would I have been sent to call you, and why would I be punished with running? Orlando stopped. I've had enough. I'm going to fight you. Since we're being punished anyway, I can't let this go without giving you a good beating. An impulsive brat, not even comparable to a young Aren. Fine. Levi tilted his chin at him. Perfect. I also want to test the flexibility of this body. Draw your blade. Is this the ready stance of this world? Levi tentatively reached for his waist and actually felt something similar to a blade at his side. Levi's heart tightened. He drew it with his right hand, tossed it into the air, let the dagger spin once, and then caught it in a reverse grip. What a familiar feeling of battle. Levi narrowed his eyes. Irwin once said he was born for battle. That guy was really good at reading people. A reverse grip. What kind of stance is that? If you're looking down on me. Let's begin. Levi cut him off bluntly. Leaning forward slightly, he thrust the knife forward in a very direct attack while pivoting his body to circle behind Orlando. Levi's movements were incredibly fast, with almost no pause. By the time Orlando reacted, he was already being held in a tight headlock from behind by Levi's arm. If you don't show some real skill, you might just die. Levi looked at Orlando gloomily and tapped his neck with the back of the blade. So fast. That was Orlando's first thought. But having the basic qualities of a soldier after all, he immediately gripped Levi's arm with all his might and pressed down. Once there was a slight opening, he quickly ducked and spun out to the side. Feeling the resistance on his arm, Levi let go voluntarily. Not bad. Levi's opinion of Big Nose improved slightly. Perhaps I can be a bit more serious. The result was that Orlando was predictably beaten to the ground, and he hadn't even touched Levi the entire time. Such immense strength. Was that guy fooling it before? Isn't this kind of power only supposed to be possessed by gene warriors? Orlando stared blankly at the sky, feeling somewhat disillusioned. Not bad. Levi brushed off the non-existent dust from his clothes. Huh, are you mocking me? Having been struck down multiple times, Orlando tried to kip up to argue with Levi, but he fell back down before he could even stand steady. How embarrassing. For a recruit, you're already quite good. There's no point in comparing yourself to me. Levi stood before him and extended his hand. You're talking as if you're not a recruit yourself. Orlando awkwardly took Levi's hand and pulled himself up. Levi. Orlando. The instructor wants you to return to the ranks. By the way, Orlando, what's with you? How did you get so dirty? Haha, I was too hot, so I rolled around on the ground. Orlando scratched his face awkwardly and stole a cautious glance at Levi. Let's return to the ranks. Levi said flatly. He seemed preoccupied with searching for something and had no intention of exposing him. Right, let's go, let's go. Orlando took the opportunity to save face. It seems Levi is actually a pretty good guy, I was being too narrow-minded. He stepped forward quickly and tried to put his arm around Levi's shoulder, but Levi nimbly dodged him. Why? Orlando froze on the spot, his hands suspended in midair. Don't touch me with your filthy hands. Levi was utterly disgusted. He finally fished out a handkerchief and meticulously wiped the hand that had just held Orlando's. Crack. Orlando felt something shatter. Are you wiping away dirt, Levi? No, you're wiping away the trust between people. Hey, do you want to sit and eat together? After Orlando had walked past his table for the third time with his head held high, pretending it was accidental, Levi finally extended an invitation. Who wants to sit with you, you freak? Orlando flicked a finger exaggeratedly in the air, huffing through his nose as he sat down beside Levi. Ah, that just made his nose look even bigger. Levi quietly moved his bowl a little further away. After maintaining Orlando's one-sided game of, if you don't talk to me, I won't talk to you, for a while, Orlando finally couldn't help himself. Hey, tell me the truth, are you a gene warrior? Orlando asked in a low, mischievous voice. This was the second time Levi had heard this term. What exactly did it mean? What do you mean? Levi expressed his confusion sincerely. Don't play dumb. Orlando's sharp voice suddenly drew the attention of those nearby. He immediately laughed it off, then tilted his head, covering his mouth with his hand to whisper to Levi. Tell me honestly, are you a gene warrior sent by the government to mingle among us? There's been a rumor in the army for a while, but I never believed it. Tell me secretly, I won't tell anyone else. What was he even talking about? Levi was getting a bit impatient. I'm not. You're really not. Orlando's eyes widened as he looked at Levi. His nose got even bigger. Levi nodded. All right, I thought I'd discovered a new world, Orlando sighed, slumping back onto the table and listlessly stirring the food in his bowl. So, what is a gene warrior? Levi looked at Orlando, who seemed to have lost the desire to communicate, and expressed his confusion again. No way, man. Is there really someone in this day and age who doesn't know what a gene warrior is? Orlando struggled to lift most of his face from his elbows. I can see how much you don't believe me just from half your face. I don't know, Levi said candidly. Orlando sat up straight, scanned Levi from head to toe, and suddenly grinned. You're a pretty interesting kid. Fine, I'll show some mercy and tell you. Ultimately, gene warriors are humans just like us, but they are very special. The official explanation is that their genetic sequence has a new type of base pair that ordinary people don't have. I'm not too clear on the specifics. From birth, they possess combat skills and abilities far beyond normal people. At the same time, they are bloodthirsty and irritable. It's said their pain threshold is 3 times that of a normal person, but they pay a corresponding price for it. Their lifespans are extremely short, and they need regular physical checkups because they aren't even sure if they're injured. So, gene warriors are taken care of by the state, but in return, they become the state's combat machines. It's like an exchange. Levi's frown deepened as he listened. Why would such humans exist? No idea. As long as our generation can remember, gene warriors have always existed. No one can figure out why some people end up with these bizarre genetic sequences. Orlando waved his hand dismissively. If an ordinary family gives birth to a gene warrior, their parents receive a massive sum of money from the state upon handing over the child, enough for a family to live comfortably for a lifetime. They were essentially being sold like livestock. Why does our country need combat machines? Do we have enemies we need to deal with? Or is there some historical grudge? Enemies. Grudges. Not exactly. Some countries need to cultivate combat machines to invade others, and some need them for defense. After all, if you're lagging behind, you'll get beaten. Levi felt a sudden chill. This world had no titans, and no grudges between Eldia and Marley, yet war still existed. He had wondered countless times how everyone would live if there were no titans, no struggle for the power of the founding titan Ymir, if the freedom, in Eren's eyes, could truly be achieved. But they had all underestimated the greed of human nature. Even with everything else stripped away, people still divided themselves into different races based on their desires, repeating the cycle of hunter and prey once more. It's disgusting. Levi spat. Levi loathed war. War inevitably meant death and loss. Looking at the bread on his plate, Levi felt a bit irritable. They already had things that they couldn't even dream of in that other world, so why weren't they satisfied? Oh, right. Orlando squinted as he watched Levi's movements. Noticing that he seemed to be spacing out, Orlando immediately slapped a hand on his shoulder. The squad has the afternoon off today. Apparently, it's because gene warriors are coming to the unit for field exercises. I'll sneak you over to watch when the time comes, how about it? Levi shrugged his shoulder, shaking the hand off. Fine. Then it's a deal. Orlando picked up his tray and moved to leave. Wait, Levi heard himself call out. What's the name of our regiment's commander? Are there people here named Irwin or Hange? Huh. Orlando turned back, a bit surprised, and carefully considered Levi's question. Our commander's name is Ulysses Grant. As for those two you mentioned, I'm not really sure. We have so many teams, even if there were two people with those names, I wouldn't know. Levi stared at the soup in his bowl. His reflection was fragmented into several pieces by the floating vegetable leaves. Ah, I see. Thanks. What exactly was the purpose of him being here? Hey, Levi, if you don't want to be spotted, we need to hide in this thicket. Orlando was stating a fact, but it was undeniable that he also harbored some personal desire to see Levi make a fool of himself. From his observations over the past 2 days, that kid seemed to have a severe case of misophobia. He was curious to see, and then he watched helplessly as Levi crawled right into the thicket. You. Just as Orlando was about to voice more astonishment over this, Levi decisively punched him in the abdomen, then pulled him into the grass while he was bent over in pain. Hiss, how could you just go in like that? Aren't you disgusted by the dirt? Levi rolled his eyes. Idiot. If he couldn't even handle this, he would have long since become Titan excrement. Orlando resentfully rubbed his abdomen, knowing he was in the wrong and unable to make a fuss. It definitely wasn't because he couldn't beat him. Orlando gritted his teeth until they nearly shattered. They're coming. Levi issued a short warning, pulling his upper body closer to his legs, curling himself into the smallest possible shape, perfectly concealed. His reaction is so fast. Orlando couldn't help but admire inwardly, then decisively chose to flatten himself against the ground, making intimate contact with the earth. He didn't have Levi's skills. So what if he got a little dirty? Is that a gene warrior? Levi watched the soldiers in the distance who, after a simple assembly, began combat training drills. He didn't notice anything different. Hey, Big Nose, how do people tell the difference between a gene warrior and a regular person? I told you not to call me Big Nose, Orlando whispered, lowering his voice. They say gene warriors have a pattern on their necks, but I've never seen one. Really? Levi narrowed his eyes. His dynamic vision had always been excellent. He seemed to indeed see strange patterns on the backs of some people's necks. Exclamation mark. Suddenly, Levi made eye contact with one of the soldiers. He immediately lowered his head and held his breath. How is that possible? Levi thought. There's no way he could have spotted me, how? Hey, Levi, what are you doing? They're about to start bayonet drills, this is the best part. Orlando's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. What's going on? Weren't we exposed? Levi raised his head again. The soldier who had just made eye contact with him had already raised his bayonet. It seemed everything that had just happened was merely his imagination. No. Levi stared intently at that soldier, his body coiling into a combat-ready stance. He wasn't the type to hallucinate due to nervousness. Besides, something trivial like hiding wouldn't make him tense. He had definitely made eye contact with that strange soldier just now. But why was there no reaction? And how had the soldier noticed him? And also, Levi recalled that person's gaze just now. Cold, lifeless, chilling like a corpse. Ah! Orlando let out a scream, but fortunately, surrounding screams rose and fell in waves. Combined with the current chaotic situation, no one noticed them. Something is definitely wrong. The moment that strange soldier picked up the bayonet, he charged into the formation, attacking the others in a bizarre manner, awkward like a baby who had just learned to walk. Number 1789, I order you to stop. One of the soldiers, a redhead who seemed to be the squad leader, shouted loudly, kicked the bayonet out of his hand, and flipped him over, pinning him down. Number 1789, confirmed to have lost rationality. Execute by firing squad. The strange soldier struggled fiercely, his throat squeezing out wave after wave of hoarse roars, raspy like some dying animal. Ah! Suddenly, the soldier's head twisted at an impossible angle backward, his mouth gaping wide as he viciously bit at the neck of the person restraining him from behind. Ah! The squad leader let out a shriek, released his grip on the soldier, and instead had his head grabbed by the soldier, who bloodily gnawed off half his face. Bang! 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 The nearest Gene warrior drew his gun and fired 3 consecutive shots at the soldier's head. After the 3 gunshots, the soldier collapsed. Quick! Quick! You, take the squad leader for treatment. 1788, report this incident to the superiors. 1800, 1801, check the surroundings for any bystanders. This must not get out. The squad leader, clutching his bloody, mangled face, writhed on the ground. Beside him, the head of the soldier who had been shot still maintained that bizarre, twisted angle, staring toward Levi and Orlando's hiding place. The splattered brain matter even landed on Orlando's face. Not good. We need to leave, fast. Levi's heart turned cold. He immediately assessed the situation. Whatever problem these Gene warriors have, it's definitely being kept secret from the outside world. If they're discovered at the scene, they might very well be executed on the spot. Let's go. Levi hissed at Orlando in a low voice, but when he turned, he found Orlando standing motionless, his face deathly pale as if his soul had left his body. What a fooling useless waste. Levi cursed in exasperation, bent down, slung Orlando over his shoulder, and swiftly darted into a side path, using the cover of the woods to escape. It should be safe here. Levi surveyed the surroundings and made his judgment. Ah! The moment Levi put Orlando down, he doubled over and started vomiting on the ground, unsure if it was from fear or from being jostled by Levi. Should I be grateful he didn't throw up on me? Levi took a slight step back. How could this happen? How could this happen? Orlando fumbled in his mouth, the tears brought on by physiological nausea uncontrollable. This guy's state is not right. Levi frowned. It wasn't the first time he had seen a recruit in this condition. No amount of simulation training could compare to actual combat. Even his first squad, the Levi squad, had wet their pants the first time they faced a Titan. But if he couldn't snap out of it soon, this incident would likely become his nightmare, leading to a mental breakdown. Hey! Levi walked over and placed a hand on Orlando's shoulder. Orlando, look at me. Orlando, called by his full name by Levi for the first time, slowly raised his head. The result was a slap. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Orlando jumped up. Just letting you know you're still alive, Levi said, looking at him. Although I don't know why, Gene warriors don't seem like what the nation claims to the outside world. But that has nothing to do with you. Just remember that this afternoon you went to the lake to practice martial arts by yourself. Orlando didn't agree immediately. Why only me going alone? What are you planning to do? This kid is quite sharp. Looks like he's recovered. This matter is strange. Ever since I first learned about the concept of Gene warriors, I've felt uneasy. I want to figure out what's truly hidden here. Of course, Levi added internally. I have to find something to keep myself busy. Levi did not fear death. In truth, he had already died once in his heart, but dying just for the sake of dying was something Levi had always despised the most. That was the behavior of a coward. Although Levi didn't show it, his heart had never been at peace since arriving in this completely unfamiliar world. He had to find a goal for himself. No, this is too Dan. Orlando's attempted persuasion was cut short by a sharp glare from Levi. Perhaps Gene warriors were not as terrifying as Levi. But what do you plan to do? As ordinary soldiers, we can't get close to the Gene warriors. Orlando prepared to switch to persuasion based on facts. Seeing the look in Levi's eyes signaling him to continue, Orlando forced himself to speak. Due to their excessively vigorous energy, most Gene warriors seem to have violent tendencies. According to national regulations, as combat machines, Gene warriors are not allowed to live and train with ordinary soldiers. Even when situations like today occur where they train near us, we are not permitted to watch them. You're talking about ordinary soldiers. What about the extraordinary ones? Levi wasn't a fool. On the contrary, he possessed quicker thinking and reaction speed than most people. He immediately realized the loophole. If Gene warriors were truly as formidable as Orlando described, and the nation had no corresponding measures in place, they wouldn't be mere sacrificial pawns in battle. They would become the masters of the nation. Fine, I can't hide it from you, Orlando surrendered. The military police corps is in charge of the Gene warriors. The military police corps gathers the nation's most elite soldiers. They not only possess the country's best military resources but also seem to hold all the documentation on the Gene warriors. Military Police Corps. The familiar term made Levi's heart jump suddenly. Do we have an organization called the Survey Corps? I don't think so, I haven't heard of it. Levi wasn't discouraged by this answer. On the contrary, his heart pounded. This was not a coincidence. Levi's intuition told him that this world was connected to his previous one, and he would definitely find them. And now his only hope was to join the Military Police Corps. How do I join the Military Police Corps? Levi was somewhat anxious. Orlando, seeing Levi suddenly become energized, scratched his head in frustration. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but the Military Police Corps has been gradually corrupting for a long time. A large portion of those who join are the children of high officials and nobles. Their strength relies on armament and top-tier weaponry. For an ordinary recruit without connections to join the Military Police Corps is harder than ascending to heaven. But it's not entirely impossible. Seeing Levi look somewhat disappointed, Orlando quickly added. There will be an annual nationwide soldier selection next month. The selection process is divided into 3 parts: shooting, survival, and a written test. Soldiers who stand out might receive an invitation from the Military Police Corps. That's what they say, but in reality, no soldier has been selected in 3 years. Frankly, the appearance of the Gene warriors greatly dampened the morale of ordinary soldiers. People like us joined just to earn a living. Just like the instructor said, enjoy a wave of national benefits. Orlando looked seriously at Levi. We train hard just so we aren't eliminated. We say we dedicate ourselves to the nation, but we all know that if a real war breaks out, it won't be our turn. If it truly comes to a point where we are needed, the only path left for us is death. But Levi, when I first saw you, I felt you were different. Orlando clenched his fist. I believe in you. Let's go, I'll take you to register. Starting tomorrow, we begin special training. What's going on, Levi? Did you put all your stats into combat power? You don't recognize these guns. How did you pass the recruit test? Orlando grumbled noisily. But Levi really couldn't be blamed. There were too many types of guns compared to his previous world. What's the point of making so many types? Levi glared at Orlando impatiently. Oh, my heavens, Levi, how can you say something so contrary to a soldier's principles? Orlando clutched his chest dramatically, looking sorrowfully at his firearms encyclopedia, which he had carefully collected for many years. Hot weapons are a man's romance. Levi, are you even a man? I'm used to using knives and such. No way, in this day and age, Orlando noticed Levi's face getting darker and darker, and out of a warrior's instinct for danger, he chose to change the subject. Then let me briefly tell you about these guns. This is the Alaska 47, an assault rifle. Its features are simple structure, stable mechanical performance. It uses 7.62 x 39 mm bullets, and has a maximum range of 1,500 meters. This is the MP5, a German submachine gun. Due to its compactness and excellent performance, it is widely used by police and special forces. It uses 9 mm caliber bullets, and has a maximum range of 200 meters. And this one. The Dragunov SVD, a semi-automatic sniper rifle manufactured by the Soviet Union. It has immense lethality, it's super cool, isn't it tilde I love this one. Its bullets are 7.62 times 54 mm caliber, and it has a maximum range of 1,200 meters. What gun is that? Levi, unable to bear it any longer, interrupted the gushing Orlando, pointing to a gun in the picture. Levi had no particular reason for choosing this gun, it simply looked relatively ordinary, similar to what he had encountered before. Orlando took a look. Oh, that one. That's an M1911, an American semi-automatic pistol, with a maximum range of 50 meters. I'll use this one, Levi declared, making the final decision. The declaration rattled Orlando's brain, and his vision went black for a moment. Are you serious, big brother? Orlando was on the verge of tears. I explained the rules to you very clearly. In the official competition, all bullets will be replaced with special bullets, and anyone hit will be eliminated. 100 people per group will first run 10 kilometers, and those who arrive first get to choose their guns first. Didn't we agree that you'd use your speed advantage to pick a good gun first? Is this gun not good? Levi was a little surprised. You can't say that. Orlando defended it resolutely, as if someone had spoken ill of his young son. The M1911 is characterized by precise manufacturing, high-strength steel construction, and excellent mechanical mechanisms, so it also has outstanding lethality and accuracy. But the problem is its short range. Each group of 100 can only have a maximum of 30 people left, it's the competition that eliminates the most people. If someone uses a Barrett M82 to snipe you from a distance, you'll be dead before you even see them. But I don't have time to try and train with so many types of guns now, Levi interjected. What Orlando said wasn't unreasonable, but Levi was considering the more practical aspects. Even if he had talent in this area, it would be impossible for him to understand all types of firearms in just a few days. Moreover, Levi didn't plan to take the usual path in the first round. Don't worry, I won't be eliminated that easily. You just need to confidently teach me how to use that M119. It's M1911. Orlando roared. All right, watch closely, this 11.43 mm large caliber bullet is its ammunition. Make sure you don't load the wrong one during the competition. Orlando opened the magazine and loaded the bullets. Its magazine capacity is only 7 rounds. Use them sparingly during the competition. Now, try shooting at that target. Levi took the pistol, thanked him, and weighed it in his hand. It's much lighter than the Thunder Spear Hange invented. Subconsciously placing his ring finger on the trigger, under Orlando's roar, Levi switched to his middle finger and then pressed the trigger, emptying the magazine in a continuous burst. You're good, Levi, so accurate. Orlando was as happy as if he himself had hit every shot. Oh, right, Levi, you mentioned you had a strategy earlier, what was it? Hide, and don't fight unless necessary. Orlando waited quietly for a while, and when he realized Levi seemed to have nothing more to add, he was completely shocked. This is your strategy. Seeing Levi nod in confirmation, Orlando sighed in frustration. That's too lame. Countless people have thought like that in previous years. Even if you survive to the end, you won't be remembered. Victory is victory, there's nothing lame about it. Levi, however, was very open-minded about it. I never expected to achieve anything significant by passing the first round. The place where I can truly show my worth is in the second round. The number of participants on the day of the competition far exceeded the imagination of Levi and Orlando. This must be around 5,000 people. Orlando accompanied Levi to draw lots. Calculating it this way, with 100 people per group, there are 50 groups. There are 5 official venues, and the matches are held simultaneously. If there are 2 sessions a day, morning and afternoon, even then, the first round will take 5 consecutive days. Orlando counted enthusiastically on his fingers. Levi, you'd better draw a later slot so we can study the terrain through the earlier public matches. You can study it, but others can't. Levi looked at Orlando as if he were an idiot. This kind of large-scale competition is fair. Those who go first rely on quick reflexes, while those who go later rely on information gathering. There's no real advantage or disadvantage. But it shouldn't be today. You have no idea how unlucky it is to draw groups 1 to 5. With only an hour of preparation time, you have 2. Orlando stopped talking and stared blankly at the lot Levi had drawn. The number 1 was written boldly on the lot. Bro, in every sense of the word, you're amazing. The broadcast began repeatedly announcing that those who drew numbers 1 to 5 should enter the preparation area ahead of time. To be honest, I didn't expect it either. The so-called preparation area was actually the starting line for the 10-kilometer run. Personnel made minor adjustments here, and the competition would begin an hour later. In fact, Levi didn't understand the point of arriving at the venue an hour early at first. Until he saw groups of people chatting animatedly and quickly forming small cliques, he realized that this seemed to be part of the assessment as well. Forming groups wasn't just for the first match, but also for the second. In terms of rules, the survival match 10 days later was simpler than the shooting match, but it was far more brutal and dangerous. The 1,500 survivors from the first round would be sent to a venue consisting of 3 man-made sections, a tropical rainforest, a desert, and an Arctic zone. The total length was 200 kilometers, and it had to be completed within 8 days. This was a massive physical and psychological test for soldiers who had never seen real combat. They had to seize the time to build connections so they could travel together and look out for each other when the time came. However, it seemed no one came to recruit the former, humanity's strongest. Levi was thin and small, and he didn't talk much. Those with agendas only needed one glance to decide he wasn't a suitable partner. But that was just as well. Levi breathed a sigh of relief. He had no intention of looking after them. But Levi still had a certain impression of a man named Carol. For no other reason than that man boasted to everyone he met about knowing people in the military police corps and being a pre-selected candidate. If they sucked up to him, he would surely help them out in the military police corps later. Even an unnoticed character like Levi was pulled aside and given a lecture by him. He had a back door and didn't hide it, but talked about it openly. Levi once again found a new low for the intelligence level of this world. Ah, it's starting, it's starting. Orlando waited early in front of the large screen of exam venue number 1, searching for Levi's figure without a moment's hesitation. To facilitate the government's assessment of the recruits, every exam venue was filled with high-end cameras with no blind spots. As for those who could be projected onto the big screen, they were generally individuals deemed by the back end to have evaluation value. At the command, Levi shot out like an arrow from a bow. However, to his surprise, about 10 people were actually running ahead of him. After just 1 kilometer, those people were clearly exhausted. Something strange, Levi thought, maintaining his breathing rhythm and glancing back. A gap had formed behind him, and the people in front were clearly running with the mindset of pushing past their physical limits without intending to finish the race. Holy crap! Orlando shrieked and slapped the bald head of the man watching in front of him. Realizing his blunder, Orlando hurriedly apologized, then looked up and cursed. Is this allowed? These people are just cheating. Do they even count as soldiers? Levi's concern was not without reason. After running about 3 kilometers, the gap gradually widened. The dozen or so people running at the very front suddenly turned around and blocked Levi's path. Question mark. Levi stopped. Sorry, kid. One of the hulking men said to Levi, panting heavily. Carol paid us to trip up the top runners. His backers are in the military police corps. He's only here as a formality, just to pad his resume. We can't afford to offend him. We had it all planned out. Everyone with a chance of winning was bought off by him, and we would automatically withdraw at the 5-kilometer mark. But we didn't expect that you'd actually be so capable despite looking weak. It's our mistake for underestimating you. Run a bit longer, then we want you to find an excuse to quit. We'll transfer the money directly to your account privately afterward. What do you say, kid? Carol. It seems the military police corps in this world is also full of pigs. I refuse. Levi tried to run past them. Then there's no choice. If you're going to be stubborn, don't blame us for being rough, little brother. The man opposite him rotated his fists and threatened fiercely. Levi didn't answer him directly. He looked around and finally spotted a small filming robot with spinning propellers above his head. Is this allowed? He pointed at the man and looked up to ask the robot. Why is there no sound even though this competition is being live streamed? Orlando was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, his head covered in sweat. On the big screen, Levi seemed to be negotiating something with the robot. Was he applying to withdraw? After waiting for about half a minute, the robot nodded. A burst of laughter suddenly erupted from the other side. Ha ha ha, what a naive little brother. I'm almost starting to feel some pity for him. Hey, brothers, when we strike later, be gent. With a thud. The man who was just laughing was kicked 2 meters away by Levi and fainted directly on the ground. Everyone fell silent instantly, looking in shock at Levi, who had suddenly launched an attack. Tisk, why did he faint? Oren was a bit better to kick. As soon as he finished speaking, Levi didn't seem to plan on spending too much time reminiscing about the kickable Oren he mentioned. He turned and slammed an elbow hard into the face of the person on his right, while not forgetting to bend down to dodge a pounce from the left. Taking advantage of the momentum, he grabbed the man's arm and slammed him fiercely onto the ground. In an instant, the situation on the field was completely reversed. Nicely done, Levi. Orlando slapped the bald man in front of him on the head again. But this time, the man didn't have time to deal with him. Everyone in the audience was stirred up by this sudden turn of events. What's the fun in just watching running? Who doesn't love a fist-to-flesh fight? Who doesn't love seeing those who play dirty tricks get completely crushed by absolute power? Go! Go! The crowd in front of the big screen spontaneously began to cheer for Levi. To be honest, these people were such weaklings that it made Levi want to weep. Although to outsiders this was a thrilling and hearty battle, for Levi, this intensity was not much harder than slaying a small titan. They were flipped to the ground one by one as if they were obediently delivering their heads, like gifts sent from heaven to boost his presence. Do you want to continue? Levi asked the remaining 3 people who were paralyzed with fear on the ground, taking a slight step forward. Ah, a demon. Don't come near me. I want to withdraw. Did you hear? I want to withdraw. Levi ignored them, instead quickening his pace towards them. After those 3 men were so scared they wet their pants, they realized Levi was just passing by them to continue his 10-kilometer run. May he die a miserable death. The 3 men looked at their wet pants in shame and anger, praying that Levi would fall to his death halfway. Of course, Levi wouldn't fall to his death. Not only did he not fall, but he also finished the entire race properly, securing an overwhelming first place. Seeing that Levi had no major reaction other than a light sweat, the receptionist couldn't help but marvel that an unexpected figure seemed to have emerged this year. You have the right of first choice for firearms. What would you like to choose? The receptionist said respectfully. Levi looked curiously at the dazzling array of firearms on the table. The quantity was clearly less than 100, it seemed those who arrived last were practically eliminated. M199. Levi asked tentatively. Was that what it was called? For a moment, the receptionist doubted if their own brain was broken. This guy, what's the deal? Brother, you have no idea how cool you were back there. Orlando rushed forward to hug Levi. Levi didn't dodge, but instead lightly tapped Orlando's neck with his hand, signaling that he had gone far enough. What was going on with you guys? Why were they blocking you? Orlando knew when to stop and stepped back to a normal social distance. Levi then gave a simplified explanation of what had happened. The joyful expression on Orlando's face gradually faded, eventually being replaced by a look of deep worry. Why the long face? Levi felt it was somewhat amusing. Nothing, I just feel like you might have really offended someone you shouldn't have this time. Orlando scratched his cheek and organized his thoughts. Actually, this isn't entirely unexpected. The military police corps has a bad reputation right now, so to build momentum, they really would send the child of some influential high-ranking official with a bit of talent to compete here. If they take the top spot, they can claim to the public that their soldiers don't rely on the back door, but actually have strength. And from your description, it's very likely that the military police corps has been preparing for this for a long time. They're determined to succeed with this publicity campaign. You jumping in halfway won't actually make them look at you with new respect. I think, as reluctant as I am to say it, Levi, you might. If you're reluctant, then don't say it. Levi carefully checked the chamber of the M1911 he had received, left Orlando behind, and walked toward the shooting range's inspection point to pick up an electronic wristband. Save the discouraging words for after I'm dead. Levi waved his hand with his back turned to Orlando. Orlando watched Levi enter the competition grounds until he could no longer see his figure, then suddenly smiled with relief. Levi really was a very different kind of person. Confident, powerful, and deathly persistent. How could someone like that change their mind because of others? After he joins the military police corps, we probably won't see each other again. Orlando felt somewhat sad for some reason. But he also knew that Levi didn't belong in the training corps. He hoped Levi could truly create a miracle. You have to do your best, Levi. Those who finished running first not only had the right to choose their guns first but also had the advantage of entering the grounds early to scout the terrain. Levi looked around and picked a small house that he liked. After calculating the points from which someone could fire into the house through the window, he hid in a blind spot. This way, those shooting from a distance wouldn't be able to hit him. So now, the only thing he needed to worry about was people entering the house directly for a firefight. But there wouldn't be many people like that. Levi calmly speculated on his opponent's psychology. According to the mindset of an average person, they should first choose to occupy high ground to gain a better field of vision. Levi looked at the electronic wristband, which displayed the current number of people on the grounds. When the number reached 100, the competition would officially begin. At that time, the number would drop every time someone was eliminated, until it reached 30 and the competition ended. 98, 99, 100. As the number flipped to a red 100, countless intense gunshots immediately rang out in the distance, and the number dropped rapidly. This situation was actually within Levi's expectations. The later people finished the run, the closer they were to each other, entering the grounds almost simultaneously made it nearly impossible to put distance between themselves. Their only choice was to fire at each other the moment the competition started. 70 now. Levi concealed his breathing, closely monitoring the rapidly jumping numbers on the watch while also paying attention to the gunshots outside the window. The best-case scenario would be to maintain the status quo until the end. Suddenly, a bullet flew in through Levi's window. The specially modified bullet didn't cause much damage to the wall, because the participants wore body armor. A hit would result in minor injuries at most. Just a probe. Levi judged it instantly. He maintained his original posture without moving, his breathing not even quickening for a moment. Levi looked at the watch again. It was 60. It seemed the last group to enter had finished their battle. The gunshots outside gradually subsided, and the number on the watch stayed at 54 for a long time. Now, everyone who was going to hide had likely hidden, and the only way to break the deadlock was for someone to start looking for those in hiding. It wouldn't be him, regardless. Levi curled himself up even smaller. He had plenty of patience to wait these people out. During a moment of boredom, Levi glanced casually at the watch, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. When did this number change to 38? Why hadn't he heard any gunshots? When exactly did this number change to 38? Levi felt the hair all over his body stand on end. He stared at his bracelet, only to find that the number wasn't moving anymore. It was as if it were waiting for him. There were footsteps. Levi lay flat on the ground, listening to the movement outside. 1, 2, 3, 9, were there actually 9 people? Why weren't they shooting at each other? Carol said we must drag that guy named Levi out. He's definitely hiding. Be careful, don't let him ambush you. Carol. Levi immediately understood why the number of people had dropped so rapidly in an instant despite not hearing any gunfire. It seemed they had been bribed to withdraw from the competition. Since he had a grudge against him from before, Carol seemed to have specifically reserved a spot for him. Impressively insidious, but unfortunately, not very bright. Levi was grateful for Carol's stupidity. If he had united everyone to besiege him from the start, let alone Levi, even Eren in his Titan form might not have been able to take everyone down while remaining unscathed. But now, Levi only needed to deal with 8 people to smoothly advance to the next round. What should he do? Levi looked around. With 8 people, it seemed he wouldn't have enough bullets. Levi hadn't chosen this house without reason. This house had 2 floors. There were 2 ways to shoot without entering, the first floor window and the second floor window. From the beginning, Levi had positioned himself in a blind spot for shooting. That left only the option of direct entry. Levi had rigged the front door. The moment it was pushed open, a large amount of sand and soil would pour down, which would be enough for Levi to launch an attack. If they chose to climb in through the windows, Levi, holding the absolute advantage, was confident he could take them out one by one. This was experience Levi had accumulated in the underground. If they insisted on playing dirty with him, Levi had plenty of dirty tricks of his own. After all, Levi had actually been a thief and a bandit. Let's begin. Levi grabbed a glass wine bottle from the side and smashed it hard onto the floor. There's a sound in that house. Quick, quick, spray it with bullets. In an instant, countless bullets flew in through the window. Levi aimed his gun at the window. The number hasn't changed, we didn't hit him. Climb in through the window. Why would someone shout their plan so loudly? With a feeling of pity for their intelligence, Levi gave the three people who climbed in one after another the most sincere greeting of one bullet each. That's three. The three who were shot fell from the window, piling on top of each other as they rolled around in pain. The kind-hearted Levi reached out and pulled the person buried at the bottom out a bit to save his ribs from being crushed. He's right by the window. Go through the front door. The remaining 6 people outside decided not to rush to their deaths anymore. Oh, I see. Nodding in agreement with their plan, Levi turned and quickly ran to the second floor, hiding at the corner of the stairs. Someone kicked the door open, preparing to spray the room indiscriminately, but just as a single shot was fired, sand and soil poured down onto their heads. The group, who had been highly tense the whole time, suddenly panicked. They hurriedly protected their heads with their hands, their eyes so filled with sand that they couldn't even open them. Levi fired his remaining 3 bullets at the defenseless crowd. That's 7. Levi threw his empty pistol toward the crowd. Levi, I'll definitely kill you. The 2 survivors wiped the sand from their faces and coughed out the dust that had choked their lungs. He's out of bullets and abandoned his gun to escape. After him. The 2 of them rushed upstairs in pursuit. Knowing Levi had no gun, the 2 were instantly relieved of their burden, shedding the cowering demeanor they had shown while hiding at the back of the crowd. Strange. I clearly saw him come up here. The second floor wasn't large and was almost completely visible at a glance. The 2 looked at the empty floor and then at each other. I'm up here. Levi called out, and the startled duo hurriedly looked up. Levi jumped down from the ceiling and stomped hard on their heads. Ouch. The 2 clutched their heads in pain, howling. Levi grabbed them by their collars, one in each hand, and slammed their heads together again. After confirming they wouldn't move anymore, Levi carried them toward the window with satisfaction. Taking a deep breath and focusing his energy in his core, Levi shouted out the window. Hey, I'm over here. Immediately after, Levi swung the 2 in front of him to use as human shields. In an instant, countless bullets were sprayed at the 2 poor human shields. That's 9. Goal exceeded. Satisfied, Levi pulled the 2 to the side to prevent them from being shot further. I'll bring the medical staff to find you in a moment. Hearing the competition declared over, Levi expressed a tiny bit of guilt toward the room full of people lying on the floor groaning in pain. Get lost. The crowd shouted with the last of their strength. Orlando waited nervously outside for news of Levi, carefully counting the number of people walking out of the venue due to elimination. 62 people now. Levi, hold on a little longer. The real competition isn't broadcast live. The previous live broadcast of the running event was only for public entertainment, whereas competitions involving actual military strategy and weaponry are not permitted to be open to the public. One reason for this is to protect the soldiers' self-esteem. In a cruel real combat environment, accidents are inevitable despite various protection mechanisms. Preventing the soldiers' bloodshed and sacrifice from becoming idle gossip for the common people is also an expression of humanity. Suddenly, Orlando saw Levi appear at the entrance of the competition venue. He felt as if his heart was breaking. How could this happen? He was so close. No. Levi must be the one suffering the most right now, he's the one who needs comfort. Orlando rubbed his sore eyes and slapped his cheeks, forcing himself to squeeze out a smile. He must not show too much sadness. Yes, that's it. Having made up his mind, Orlando was even moved by himself, feeling that as Levi's only best friend, he was simply too thoughtful. The first step of his plan now was to give his frustrated best friend a warm hug. Orlando opened his arms to greet him, but Levi sidestepped and dodged. Celebrate in a little while. Levi patted Orlando on the shoulder. I need to find the medical staff first. Some people on my end are injured and can't move on their own. Oh, huh. By the time Levi brought the medical staff to his cabin, the medic's eyelids twitched at the sight of the carnage. It looks like we'll have to work overtime today. Fortunately, our medical staff were professionally trained and possessed high levels of professionalism. After a brief moment of shock, they immediately began conducting simple injury assessments on the wounded. There are 2 more on the second floor, the kind Ackerman reminded them. But then again, although he had over-fulfilled his task, according to the rule of 30 advancing per round, one of those 2 should have entered the next round. But Levi really couldn't remember which one was eliminated first and which one later. Hey! Levi led the medical staff up to the second floor. Do either of you want to enter the next round? The result was that both of them decisively gave up the chance to enter the next round. At least they wouldn't have to face Levi again for the rest of their lives. Truly worth celebrating. Realizing that Levi had actually advanced to the second round, Orlando was genuinely happy for him and decided to celebrate properly. Because of the competition, Levi had requested a long leave of absence from the training corps. The commander, wanting to let him see the outside world, waved his hand and approved 3 months. And now, Levi finally had the time to return to the training corps. He could finally take a good bath. Levi imagined the warm water and sighed as he pushed open the door. Surprise! Orlando, hiding behind the door, fired an inflatable confetti cannon right at Levi's face. Colorful streamers and shiny paper scraps covered Levi's face before fluttering down to the floor. He really wanted to hit someone. Levi pulled a bunch of messy streamers from his hair and glared at Orlando, but seeing the silly grin on the other man's face, he finally just sighed. You're responsible for cleaning up the floor later. Fine, I'll clean it up in a bit. Orlando grabbed Levi, who was about to leave. Now, come with me for a meal. We've been preparing for a long time, a victory banquet to celebrate the first person from our training corps to pass the first round. What are we eating? Levi thought to himself that this didn't bode well. Hot pot. Orlando gave the answer he least wanted to hear. Help! Someone save Levi and his germophobia, he's about to fall apart. No matter when, seeing a bunch of people sitting together, stirring and eating from the same pot, always made Levi lose his appetite. Soldiers generally eat quite rowdily. Coupled with the excitement, everyone chatted with saliva flying everywhere. Levi, with his excellent eyesight, could even see some spit falling into the pot. How disgusting. Why on earth did he agree to mess around with these broths? Levi, eat up. Orlando smilingly served him some food. Yeah, eat, eat. The others chimed in. Speaking of which, Levi is truly amazing. The instructor has been so happy these past few days that he hasn't really punished us with running. One of the drunken soldiers looked at Levi and said, if you really enter the military police corps in the future, don't forget about us. Cheers. Looking at the group before him, for some reason, the brats from the 104th Cadet Corps slowly appeared in Levi's mind. They seemed just as rowdy back then, and after getting drunk, he was the one who had to clean up the mess. But that was probably the last time they were ever truly at ease. Since then, Eren had left. They never had those days of fooling around again. Levi's heart was filled with an inexplicable emotion, both sour and aching. Yeah, cheers. Levi gently clinked his glass with theirs. Levi, you've already offended Carol. When the competition starts, you must be careful at every turn, okay? Orlando muttered as he helped Levi pack his luggage. Actually, Levi had wanted to do it himself, but he was shut down by Orlando's, if you don't let me do it, you don't trust me. Did he really need to pack this much? Looking at the luggage that was almost as tall as he was, Levi had to speak up. Hey, if you pack any more, you might as well just tell me to carry the whole dormitory on my back. Shoo, shoo. What do you know? Orlando was full of disdain. The entire competition is divided into 3 areas: tropical rainforest, desert, and extreme cold. If you don't bring enough food, water, and clothes, you won't even know how you died. What are these? With a dark expression, Levi watched as Orlando weighed the backpack, stomped hard on the floor to compress it, and squeezed in a few more bottles and jars after making a bit of space. You mean these? Orlando didn't even bother to look up. This is insecticide, this is hemostatic spray, and oh, there's this. Orlando sprayed Levi, watching with satisfaction as Levi shuddered. This is a heatstroke prevention artifact. Everyone uses it during military training. In the desert, having this will put you miles ahead of everyone else. Unable to take it anymore, Levi gave Orlando a punch, ending the farce. The result was Orlando crouching in a corner, watching aggrievedly as Levi dumped everything out. In the end, only a box of chocolates, a box of compressed biscuits, 3 large bottles of water, thick clothes, thin clothes, a tent, a roll of hemostatic bandages, and a small knife remained. Orlando muttered under his breath, cursing Levi's heartlessness. But he was a warrior by nature, and looked at the small knife with some concern. If the competition didn't strictly forbid carrying firearms, I would have gotten you a gun no matter what. The strict ban on guns was actually a form of protection for the soldiers. Although harming teammates was not allowed, the human heart is unpredictable. Hidden in the darkness, the dark side of humanity is infinitely magnified. Although a flying robot would follow everyone. When true danger arrived, the military might not be able to rescue them in time. This resulted in many soldiers dying every year from accidents and the conspiracies of their companions. Not to mention, Levi had already offended a powerful figure. Orlando looked at Levi worriedly. If you find anything wrong, you must immediately submit a withdrawal application to the accompanying robot. He knew Levi didn't like such cowardly words, but life was more important after all. Levi rarely didn't argue, responding with a soft hum of agreement. On the day of the competition, Levi and the others were taken by plane and dropped separately into the man-made rainforest venue. Levi jumped decisively from the plane and opened his parachute. The tropical rainforest didn't really have any suitable landing spots. Levi controlled his parachute to snag on a tree, trying his best not to get scratched by the branches. After taking a moment to recover, Levi descended to the ground along the rope and then cut the rope tied around his waist. Hey, I want to jump here too. Seeing that Levi had already jumped, Carol was so anxious he stomped his feet. His beady rat-like eyes darted around, finally settling on a pair of siblings nearby who were clearly not very old. Hee hee. Carol let out a vile laugh. Down you go. He ordered his men to surround the siblings, and despite the girls' sharp curses, Carol kicked them down. After finishing his dirty deed, he nodded with satisfaction, then carefully selected two burly men who looked tall and strong to jump down with him. The soil surface of the dense forest was completely covered with a thick layer of rotting, withered branches and fallen leaves. This made the ground extremely slippery, with a risk of spraining an ankle with every step. Levi didn't plan on getting injured right at the start, so he decided to climb onto a fallen old tree that spanned across the valley to see the valley on the other side. Levi used his knife to cut through the withered branches and tangled vines on the trunk, carefully climbing across the cliff. Pushing aside the leaves with his hand, Levi saw a stream and a sign erected by the military nearby. It seemed this was the right path, he would follow the stream for now. Just as Levi had planned his route and jumped down from the canopy, he suddenly heard a cry for help. Help! Help! How could someone have encountered danger so quickly? Levi was a bit puzzled. After weighing his options, he decided to head toward the sound to take a look. Hey, you guys! Following the sound, Levi saw two people struggling in a swamp. Just as Levi was about to tell them not to move recklessly, he suddenly saw their faces. Farlan, Isabel. Farlan, Isabel. Was it really them? Could he really see them again one day? Levi felt his heart clench violently. This feeling of regaining what was lost made him lose his composure instantly. You two, don't move. Levi roared at them. Hey, watch your back. Isabel's face was originally filled with a joyful smile upon seeing someone coming to rescue them, but in an instant, her expression turned to terror. Exclamation mark. Levi was just about to turn around when he felt a hard shove on his back, sending him falling straight into the swamp. He struggled to turn his head and saw a face twisted with smugness. Carol, it was him again. This was the first time Levi had felt such an urgent desire to kill someone other than Zeke. Ha ha ha, Levi, just stay right here, ha ha ha. Carol doubled over with laughter. After observing for a while and confirming that Levi was indeed stuck deep, he turned and left with a few others. Hey, how did you end up provoking that annoying guy too? After Isabel calmed down, she didn't dare move an inch. She could only stiffen her neck and stare at this strange black-haired boy with her emerald green eyes. Sorry, it's all because you tried to save us that you got into this mess. Farlan apologized to Levi with some guilt. In this situation, it looks like we have no choice but to withdraw from the competition. Wait. Levi gave a short command. For some reason, Farlan and Isabel subconsciously obeyed the stranger's command and fell silent. Levi had already regained his calm. He scanned the area, and after finding no vines or driftwood to grab onto, he unslung the backpack from his back. Hey, you two, take off your backpacks first. You're sinking too fast. Seeing that the two were still sinking despite staying still, Levi spoke up to warn them. Then, Levi took a deep breath and slowly leaned backward until his body lay completely flat in the swamp. This is truly disgusting. Levi felt the damp, sticky mud pouring into his ears and squeezed his eyes shut to prevent more from getting in. I definitely won't let Carol off, Levi swore to himself. Ah, Farlan bro, he fell down. Isabel cried out in alarm, but Farlan stopped her with a look. Once Levi confirmed that his back had enough support, he slowly began to pull out his legs. When he finally felt his legs clear of the mud, Levi decisively chose to roll away until he reached the shore. He's out, Isabel exclaimed. Levi didn't waste any time. As soon as he was out of danger, he pulled a knife from his pocket and cut down a vine. Levi tugged on the vine to test its strength, and after confirming its stability, he threw one end to the two stunned people in the swamp. Pull Isabel up first. Farland, snapping back to his senses, shouted to Levi. Levi exerted a great deal of effort to pull the two of them up. The two children, having escaped death, lay on the damp ground gasping for breath, disregarding their appearance. They looked at each other's mud-covered faces and couldn't help but burst into laughter. After sizing them up to ensure they weren't injured, Levi found a long, thick stick and fished out their 3 bags. Here, check the things in your bags. After tossing the bags back to them, Levi opened his own bag to take stock of his items. Fortunately, his bag was made of a special material. Though the exterior was covered in mud, the inside remained dry. Farland and Isabel's bags were clearly prepared specifically for this competition as well. The two of them only gave their bags a cursory glance before focusing their attention on Levi. Thank you for saving us. Isabel ran over to greet Levi. I'm Isabel Magnolia, and that blonde guy is my brother, Farland Church. What's your name? Levi glanced at her, then lowered his gaze. Levi Ackerman. Ackerman. What a cool surname. Isabel seemed happy about everything, cheerful as a little son. You saved us, can I call you Big Brother Levi? Isabel, stop fooling around. Farland tried to stop Isabel's overly familiar behavior, but she stomped hard on his foot. Isabel wasn't someone who lacked a sense of boundaries, it was just that she felt a sense of closeness the moment she saw Levi. She was an intuitive creature. She liked Levi and didn't want to part ways like this. Farland bro was just an idiot who didn't understand anything. You can. Surprisingly, the cold-faced handsome guy, who had displayed the qualities of a top-tier soldier upon their first meeting, actually agreed decisively. Whoa tilde, Farland was a bit surprised. Then why don't we go together? We can look out for each other on the road ahead. Farland pressed his advantage, even though this person didn't seem like the type who needed help from others. Alright. To their surprise, he agreed again. Great. Isabel and Farland hugged each other, celebrating that they had successfully hitched a ride with a powerhouse. The two mud-covered people celebrated cheek to cheek, then they quietly approached Levi, suddenly pulling him into an embrace and jumping up and down while holding him. So noisy. Levi grumbled, but a smile involuntarily tugged at his lips. Finally, I found you. So, what should we do now? Isabel looked at Levi curiously, having completely accepted him as their backbone. There's a stream nearby with markers left by the military. It's the right path. We can wash up while we're at it. Levi had long since had enough of being covered in mud. This disgusting feeling was even more repulsive than when Mike had pushed him into a dirty puddle years ago. Isabel and Farland readily agreed. Despite the special circumstances, Levi insisted that Isabel go wash first while he and Farland waited. Farland watched Levi, who was leaning against a tree with his eyes closed for a nap. Just as he was considering how to start a conversation, Levi spoke up. Are you and Isabel biological siblings? Huh. No, we're not. Farland hadn't expected Levi to ask that. He scratched his head, only to end up with a handful of mud. Isabel and I both grew up in an orphanage. We aren't related by blood, but we're very close. By the way, Levi, how did you end up offending Carol? Farland asked casually, though his eyes held a hint of probing. Levi couldn't possibly miss his meaning. Farland was suspicious of him. Unlike the simple-minded Isabel, Levi had known Farland longer and understood better what kind of person he was. Before meeting Erwin, Farland was the smartest person Levi had ever met. His meticulous thinking and calm mind had forged his ambition. Yes, ambition. While Levi was focused only on protecting his companions and territory, Farland had already conceived the idea of living on the surface. In Levi's eyes, Farland was someone more outstanding than himself. He simply lacked the martial prowess of an Ackerman. But beneath all those layers, Farland was also his best friend in the underground, his most trusted partner, and his closest family. Levi looked at Farland, his eyes flashing with emotions that Farland couldn't understand. During the first round, the run, I refused Carol's bribe. Then I beat up his men during the shooting competition. That seems to have made him hold a grudge. That was it. Farland looked at Levi with some surprise. Levi's words could almost be considered perfunctory, but for some reason, Farland believed he was telling the truth. It's much the same for Isabel and me, Farland smiled friendly. Back in the first round, we heard that there was some big shot who was already a shoo-in for this competition. Unfortunately, we're just country bumpkins who don't understand those kinds of schemes. We ended up making someone unhappy. Hey, Big Brother Farland, Big Brother Levi, I'm done washing. Isabel waved at them from a distance. Levi plunged into the stream and gave himself a thorough cleaning. After washing his body, he took his dirty clothes from the bank and scrubbed them repeatedly in the water. Farland, who had seemingly just rinsed himself off compared to Levi, couldn't help but fall into thought. They were both men, so how did Levi live so meticulously while he lived so roughly? Speaking of which, were his bangs too long? They were almost covering his eyes. Farland, who had changed into clean clothes and started a fire on the bank, thought as he watched the wet strands of hair on Levi's forehead. Hey, Levi, when you come up, I'll help you trim your hair. Farland called out to Levi in the water. Once Levi was back on shore, the three of them put their wet clothes by the fire to dry. Farland pulled out a small knife and walked over to Levi. Close your eyes, Farland said softly to Levi. Levi obediently closed his eyes. Small bits of hair fell down, making Levi feel itchy. In Levi's memory, he had changed his hairstyle a total of 3 times. The first time he had his hair cut, he was very small, so small that Kuchel was still alive. At that time, Levi kept his hair very long. Not just the bangs, but the back as well. His black hair hung down smoothly, making the already delicate-featured Levi look like a little girl. In the underground, looking pretty was not a good thing. Especially since Levi was a helpless child, and especially since Levi's mother, Kuchel, was a prostitute. Once, after Kuchel had finished with a client, a man took a close look at Levi and said with a smile, "Your child is beautiful, just like you." In that instant, Kuchel felt as if her whole world was trembling. The young Levi didn't understand why his usually gentle and tolerant mother cried as she cut off his hair that day, leaving only a short layer against his scalp. She held him and apologized over and over again. Levi didn't blame her. He didn't hate the short hairstyle. Even though several playmates in the underground who were once close to him stopped being friendly afterward, he didn't hate it. He loved everything his mother gave him. Then Kuchel fell ill. That illness slowly eroded Kuchel's youth and beauty, and sapped her vitality. She could no longer take clients and could only lie in bed all day. With no source of income, Levi slowly forced himself to learn how to steal. Stealing food, stealing money, all just to survive. Kuchel no longer had the energy to care for Levi's hair, and it grew back to its original length. The second hairstyle was cut by Kenny. After Kuchel died, Levi sat by his mother's corpse for several days, becoming as emaciated as his deceased mother. That cheap uncle who appeared out of nowhere took Levi for a full meal and then began to complain about his long hair. All girly and weak. What kind of look is this? With a snip of the blade, Kenny cut his long hair short. To be honest, Kenny had no sense of aesthetics whatsoever, the cut was crooked and uneven. Fortunately, Kenny didn't seem to intend to adopt him. After teaching Levi combat techniques for a while, Kenny vanished as suddenly as he had appeared in his life. And so, Levi's hair was left unattended again. The third and final time was Farland's doing. Although they later had some money, Levi felt that spending it on a haircut was a waste. After Levi refused several of Farland's requests to go to a barber shop, Farland finally couldn't bear to see him waste such a handsome face and took matters into his own hands. You look much better this way. At the time, Farland had looked at Levi with a grin and handed him a mirror. It was the first time Levi had seen his own appearance so clearly. He examined himself seriously and agreed with Farland. This was indeed the hairstyle that suited him best. He kept this hairstyle ever since, asking Farland to trim it every so often. Later, when Farland died, he learned to trim his own bangs just as Farland had done. All done. Farland let out a long breath, looking at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Levi snapped back to reality and opened his eyes to see Farland smiling at him. You look much better this way. Levi suddenly felt a wave of profound sadness. The three of them warmed themselves by the fire for a while. Once their clothes were half dry, they stuffed them into their bags and prepared to continue along the stream. Levi found 3 sticks from the surroundings and handed them to Farland and Isabel. When you see places with dense vegetation, remember to use the stick to probe the way first, so you don't startle any venomous snakes into attacking. Farland and Isabel gave a word of affirmation and followed closely behind Levi. Although they had wasted some time at the beginning due to being plotted against by a petty person, the rest of the day actually went very smoothly for the three of them. A large part of the reason for this was that they had found the stream very quickly at the start, keeping their path clear at all times. As the sky gradually darkened, Levi decided to stop and find a place to settle down. They found a relatively wide and flat high ground. Levi had Farlan and Isabel set up the tent and start a fire, while he prepared to find something to eat. The jungle provided more abundant food and water sources compared to the desert or extreme cold, and he didn't plan on consuming his limited food supplies here. Water sources weren't hard to find, the vines of the water vine often stored plenty of water. After snapping a vine, Levi poured the water inside into his mouth, then packed a few more to bring back for Farlan and Isabel. Levi then found a slightly longer, slender wooden stick. He tied his knife to one end and speared a few fish in the stream. With his ample wilderness survival experience, Levi returned fully laden in no time. Isabel cheered as she greeted Levi, naturally taking the fish from his hands to start grilling them. It smells so good. Isabel took a deep breath of the aroma in the air and sighed happily, her stomach letting out a timely gurgle after a day of hunger. Levi and Farlan looked at each other and smiled, helpless against this gluttonous little girl. Big brother Levi, you eat first. Isabel swallowed hard, yet she handed the grilled fish to Levi with eyes full of stars. Hey, you kid, you're so quick to favor the new over the old. You've abandoned your old big brother for Levi already. Farlan teased, feigning jealousy, as he took the grilled fish from Isabel and stuffed it toward Levi. Eat up. It's not easy to snatch food from Isabel's mouth, and you've had a long day too. Levi held the grilled fish, not quite knowing what to say, so he just lowered his head and took a bite. It's good. Levi said to the two of them. Levi looked up at the stars, which appeared somewhat faint and flickering through the cover of the trees, and fell into deep thought. He felt very happy right now, a happiness that felt like a dream. This feeling made Levi feel it was unrealistic, and he didn't even dare to savor it carefully. He was afraid that when he came to his senses, he would find that the Gene Warriors, Farlan, and Isabel were all just a dream. Once the dream ended, he would be alone again. Levi, didn't we agree that you'd take the first half of the night watch, and Isabel and I would take the second half? Why didn't you wake us? Farlan, waking up groggily in the middle of the night, nudged Isabel awake and prepared to tell Levi to go to sleep. My sleep requirements are very short, 2 or 3 hours is enough. Levi didn't move. How can that be? It's so bad for your health. Isabel yawned and snuggled down next to Levi. Farlan thought for a moment and followed her lead, sitting on Levi's other side. Look, the stars are so bright. Isabel looked up, her voice full of contentment. Yeah, Levi responded, turning his head to look at the girl he had protected from the hands of villains. Back in the underground, he had poured almost all of his tenderness into Isabel. The girl who dared to defy the nobility just so a small bird could return to the surface, she was the first person to let Levi see the kindness of humanity in such a filthy place. Isabel, why do you want to join the military police corps? Why would someone like you always head toward dangerous places? You should live freely under the sun, happily doing whatever you want to do. Well, Isabel looked at Farlan with some hesitation. Levi, do you know what's wrong with the Gene Warriors? Farlan asked. Gene Warriors. The image of that strange soldier surfaced in Levi's mind again, that cold gaze that resembled a corpse. Yeah, Levi replied, briefly explaining what had happened. As I thought, Farlan sighed. You want to join the military police corps because you want to investigate the Gene Warriors too, right? The orphanage Isabel and I were in had an accident 10 years ago. No one survived except for Isabel and me, who were hiding in the basement. The officials claimed it was a terrorist attack. But in reality, only we know that the person the director received that day was clearly an injured Gene Warrior. He went mad, biting and tearing at everyone until the army arrived and killed him. And from the very beginning, I smelled something on that Gene Warrior. It was the scent of a rotting corpse. The director was a very good person. Isabel interrupted Farlan. No good person should die in vain. We have to get justice for him. Levi didn't know what to say. He had seen far too many people spend their entire lives fueled by hatred. It's just that the endings for such people were usually not very good. It's very dangerous. Levi felt like he had said these words before. What does that matter? Don't look down on Farlan and me, we're very strong too. Isabel leaned against Levi's shoulder with a grin. Besides, Big Brother Levi will protect us, won't he? Can I protect you? Levi watched as the guileless Isabel leaned against his shoulder and fell back into a deep sleep, feeling only a profound sense of sorrow. Levi once thought he could protect them too. Until, in the very end, he was left all alone. Isabel slept for the entire night. Farland was originally going to call her into the tent to sleep, but Levi stopped him. Just leave her. Levi said to Farland. You really spoil her. Farland was furious and pulled a blanket out of the tent, covering Levi and Isabel to prevent them from being bitten to death by mosquitoes throughout the night. As for the next day, when Isabel realized she had not only made humanity's strongest's arm numb but also drooled all over Levi's shoulder, she was so embarrassed that she chased Farland, trying to hit him. But that is a story for later. The three of them walked for another 2 days afterward, and inevitably, they were bitten by insects, leaving red and itchy spots. Fortunately, Farland had some knowledge in this area. He picked some flowers and grasses from somewhere, crushed them, and applied them to the bites, which miraculously helped a lot. I told you Farland and I are strong too. Isabel said this just as she used a wooden stick to strike a venomous snake at its vital point, tossing it far away. Levi had to admit that while Farland and Isabel relied on him, he also heavily relied on them. With them around, he didn't always have to be the one to take the lead. Perhaps this was also why, even though he felt uneasy about the two of them joining him on the wall expedition back then, he still tacitly allowed their mischief. Ultimately, it was just because he wanted to stay with them. There seem to be more people now, Levi reminded the two. It looks like we're almost at the transfer station. The transfer station is the official conversion point set between one environment and another. Soldiers can rest inside, or they can choose to withdraw entirely. The trio's entrance seemed to break the calm of the transfer station. Why haven't you three withdrawn yet? Carol felt completely upset when he saw Levi's face. He had given that brat so many chances, so many times. Why didn't he cherish them? Sorry to disappoint you. Farland stepped in front of Levi and retorted, while subtly pulling on Levi to prevent him from losing control and punching Carol in front of everyone. Stop playing tricks, Levi warned him fiercely. Otherwise, I'll make sure you crawl into the military police corps. You. Carol rushed forward, but he was stopped by a man dressed like a respectable military officer. Carol, you are too thoughtless. The man showed no major emotional fluctuation on his face, but his eyes were full of disgust. Carol stared at the man in shock, seemingly wanting to argue, but he received no further attention from the man whatsoever. The man straightened his collar, then lifted his foot and walked toward Levi. Farland and Isabel were startled and immediately blocked Levi, signaling with their eyes that the man should not take another step forward. Ignoring their warning, the man slightly nodded to Levi. You must be Levi. I've been following you. Your performance has surprised everyone in the military police corps. Father. Carol couldn't hold back anymore, his entire face turning liver-colored. He could tolerate his father looking down on him, but he couldn't stand his father constantly paying so much attention to that hateful Levi. Shut up. The man turned around and kicked Carol in the abdomen. Carol painfully squatted on the ground. What was going on? Everyone present was bewildered by this inexplicable turn of events. This man was Carol's father, which meant he must be Carol's backer in the military police corps. Why did he treat his own son this way, and why did he seem to pay special attention to and admire Levi? Even Levi was stunned for a moment. After carefully observing the man in front of him and confirming he had never met him before, he asked, Who are you? Ulysses Grant. After answering the question, the man seemed to have no intention of bothering Levi further. I have high hopes for you, Levi. I hope you won't disappoint me. Watching the man's retreating figure, Carol, who was on the ground, suddenly went mad. After pounding the ground with all his might, he glared fiercely at Levi, then boarded the plane and headed for the desert. What was that all about? Those father and son are playing good cop, bad cop. They're both annoying to watch. Isabel put her hands on her hips and spoke in a mocking, high-pitched voice. Isabella, don't talk too much. Farland stopped Isabella's provocative behavior. Levi, get ready. We're about to leave too. Farland grabbed 3 pieces of black cloth from the supply station, poured some non-potable stream water, which they had prepared earlier in the rainforest, onto them, and tied them around their heads. This was to prevent their heads from being exposed to direct sunlight and keep them from passing out from the heat. Here. Farland handed the cloth to Levi. Don't overthink it. With Isabel and me here, they can't do anything to you. Levi took the cloth and wrapped it around his head, telling Farlan he wasn't worried about that. It's just Ulysses Grant. Why did that name sound so familiar? Although the three of them had already mentally prepared themselves, they were still severely blinded by the excessively harsh sun when they actually arrived in the desert. It's so hot. Withered by the sun, Isabel had long since lost the vitality she had in the tropical rainforest. She listlessly hid behind the shadows of her two older brothers, shuffling forward step by step. Levi told Farlan and Isabel to each keep a mouthful of water in their mouths to keep their oral cavities moist. This wasn't a sustainable solution. If they continued like this, they would dehydrate sooner or later. As expected, the most urgent priority was still to find a water source. They had to climb the sand dune first. Levi pointed upward and made a gesture. The two of them nodded, quickly understanding his intent, and decided to head to the high ground first to see if they could find anything. Look, big brother Levi, there's a date palm over there. Isabel's eyes lit up. Summoning every ounce of her energy, she sat down and slid straight down the sand dune. Be careful. Levi was startled. He lunged forward a few steps with a skid, grabbing Isabel's back collar and sliding down with her to prevent the young girl from plunging headfirst into the yellow sand due to her momentum. Don't act so recklessly next time. Levi scolded Isabel with a rare touch of anger before turning back and opening his arms to help Farlan down. Knowing she was in the wrong, the young girl stuck out her tongue and huddled in Levi's shadow. The sun was truly too harsh. By the time they finally rushed into the shade of the date palm, even Levi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Isabel plopped down onto the ground. Her stamina was far inferior to Levi's and Farlan's. After being exposed to the sun for so long, the young girl was already exhausted, but unwilling to be a burden to Levi, she stubbornly refused to utter a single word of complaint. Levi looked at Isabella with some hardtake, took a bottle of water from his bag, and gave her a sip. Big brother Levi, my eyes hurt. Exposed to the blinding sunlight for a long time, Isabel rubbed her eyes and spoke coquettishly. She can't hold on. This voice grew louder and louder in Levi's heart. Not just Isabel, but Farlan too, neither of them should continue to persevere in vain. He had an intuition that the Gene Warriors were hiding secrets even more terrifying than they imagined. He shouldn't allow them to risk their lives as they had in their past lives. Levi. Farlan interrupted his thoughts. There are some dates on top of this tree. Can you climb up? Levi glanced sideways and nodded. The dates Levi picked provided a moment of respite for the group, who were nearly at their wits' end. What are you doing? Levi stood aside with the dates he had picked for Farlan, watching as Farlan dug a pit and then lined it with a layer of palm leaves and a few stones. It's a way to collect water. The stones will cool down because of the low temperatures at night, and when the sun rises tomorrow, the change in temperature will cause condensation to form on the surface of the stones. Farlan took the dates Levi handed him. The sun is about to set, and it will get very cold then. We'll build a fire and spend the night here, then set out early tomorrow before the sun gets too hot. The campfire was lit, and the three of them laid down on palm leaves spread over the sand. Isabel felt extremely exhausted and couldn't stop shivering. Startled, Levi reached out to check her forehead and felt a burning heat. The days of traveling, the extreme mental tension, and the constant switching between heat and cold seemed to have pushed the young girl to her limit. Isabel, you've reached your limit. Levi said, supporting her shoulder. Withdraw. You can't keep going. No. Isabel struggled to sit up. I can do it. I want to stay with Big Brother Farlan and Big Brother Levi. The dual torment of illness and sorrow made the young girl begin to sob quietly. I won't be a burden to you. I'll be fine tomorrow after I get some sleep. I'm not just making you withdraw. Farlan has to leave too. Levi looked at Farlan. Even if you don't say it, you're already exhausted, aren't you? There's no need to push yourself anymore. Levi, Farlan interrupted him. Isabel and I have come all this way for revenge. Are you asking us to give up halfway now? To be honest, I really find it hard to imagine what you plan to do. Levi's voice was sarcastic. Or are you planning to kill all the Gene Warriors? Don't look down on us so much. Farlan was incensed by Levi. Or do you think you're the only one who's been contributing this whole time? By what right are you telling us to withdraw? Is it not? Do you really think you could have made it this far without my protection? Enough. Isabel interrupted their quarrel and turned to look at Levi. Big brother Levi, although we've only known each other for a few days, I've long since treated you as family. But if Big Brother Farlan and I have become a burden to you, then we shall part ways starting tomorrow morning. When Farland woke up the next day, Levi was already gone. He cursed Levi's heartlessness in his mind, but he couldn't quite explain why he was so angry that Levi had left them behind. They weren't from the same world to begin with. Why had he been so convinced that Levi wouldn't abandon them? He mocked his own naivety. Running to the simple water collection device he had made last night, he brushed aside the palm leaves. Farland was pleasantly surprised to find a thin layer of condensation on the rock, which significantly improved his mood. Isabel, wake up. We need to move before the sun gets too hot. Farland felt Isabel's forehead. It wasn't as burning hot as last night, but she clearly still had a fever. Isabel slowly woke up and looked at Farland dazed. As she watched him, her eyes clouded over with a layer of moisture. Big brother Farland, did big brother Levi leave? Drink some water. Farland handed the rock to Isabel, not answering her directly. They could take care of themselves without Levi. They had survived by depending on each other for over a decade before they ever met that guy. Farland took a handful of charcoal from the campfire on the ground and smeared it over Isabel's eyes, hoping it would soothe her eye burns. Isabel silently took a handful as well and smeared it over Farland's eyes. Farland set off with Isabel, and the sun soon rose high. Isabel began to feel somewhat dizzy. There's a withered tree over there. Let's head over and rest for a bit. Farland's steps were also starting to falter. Levi's words began to ring in his ears. You've long since reached your limit, haven't you? Piss off. Farland shook his head violently, shaking out Levi's voice. Strange, there are so many footprints here, and they're so chaotic. Farland looked at the footprints with suspicion. They hadn't been completely alone on the road. But this was the first time he had seen such messy footprints. It seemed as if a group of people had just been sitting here resting. Who would stay together in such a large group? Dizzy from the sun, a name might have crossed Farland's mind, but he just let it drift away. Sit for a while. Farland helped Isabel sit down and broke off a small piece of biscuit to feed her. Just as Isabel was about to say something, she felt a sharp pain in the back of her head, and her world plunged into darkness. Isabel. Ah. Before Farland could react, he was also knocked unconscious. Mr. Grant, no trace of Levi has been found. Two men looked at the unconscious Farland and Isabel on the ground and reported to Carol. I've told you before, don't call me by that disgusting title. Carol's face was dark, his emotions having no outlet, so he could only viciously kick the two unconscious people. This wasn't right. Levi had clearly been acting with these two the whole time. Why now? Why of all times is he missing now? Why does he always oppose me? Carol ground his back teeth together. You guys, bury them in the sand leaving only their heads. I'm going to find out Levi's whereabouts. Yes, sir. Farland felt like he was having a dream. He dreamed of many fragments, very scattered, but all of them were about Levi. One person's pay was too much, wasn't it? Is it because your mother also died from a leg injury? If you want to stay here, rather than the omnidirectional mobility gear, you should start by cleaning up. This guy, I'll handle him. Without the moon and stars, the underground is just as dark as the surface. Understood. I believe in you guys. Farland. Isabel. He saw Levi standing in the rain, screaming at them like a child. Why are you crying, Levi? Don't make such a desperate face. My intention wasn't to make you sad. Splash. Suddenly, a bucket of water was poured over Farland's head. Farland opened his eyes in pain and saw Isabel, still unconscious and buried in the sand. Isabel. Farland struggled to save her, only to find that his body couldn't move at all. He hurriedly looked down and realized he was in the same predicament as Isabel. Hey, stop struggling, kid. Tell me where Levi is and I'll let you go. Carol, who had been watching coldly, had long since grown tired of such sentimental scenes. He rested his chin on his hand and lazily asserted his presence. Carol. Farland stared at him in anger. I don't know where Levi is. He separated from us a long time ago. I can see that. Carol stretched and casually revealed the gun in his hand. That's why I'm asking you. Where did he go? A gun. Why was Carol able to bring a gun? Farland's pupils contracted sharply. He and Isabel were now facing a life-threatening situation. Now was not the time for pride. Farland quickly looked up and shouted to his accompanying flight robot, I want to with. Bang. Bang. Two gunshots rang out, and both Farland and Isabel's robots were shot down. You. Farland looked at Carol in shock, somewhat in disbelief that he had actually fired. Just what kind of grudge do you have against Levi? Carol toyed with the M1911 in his hand. If it weren't for Levi, I should have been the most high-profile soldier in this competition. But that shorty who suddenly jumped out of nowhere changed everything. Carol's face became distorted. 7 shots. Just with those 7 shots in the competition, he stole all the attention from my father that should have been mine. I planned for 3 years. 3 years. Also that my father would finally look at me properly. If it weren't for Levi, I would have succeeded. A lunatic. Farland felt extremely uneasy. Are you going to kill him? Do you think that's allowed? I won't kill him, Carol murmured to himself. I just want to make him lose his combat ability from now on. I only plan to cripple one of his legs. I'm the commander's son. How could I kill someone? He used 7 shots to take everything from me, so I'll use 7 shots to take it back. Suddenly, the sound of coughing came from the sand dune opposite them. Farland watched in horror as Carol aimed his gun at the source of the sound. Of course, Levi couldn't actually leave Farland and Isabel behind and go on alone. But he really couldn't think of any other way to make those 2 stubborn mules choose to withdraw from the race besides letting them suffer a bit. The worst part about the desert was that everything was visible at a glance, Levi couldn't even follow them secretly. After thinking all night, he chose to judge the distance they had traveled by calculating Farland and Isabel's speed, preparing to wait for them at the place they should reach by noon. Actually, Levi originally wanted to leave them for a whole day, but he was truly worried. Logically, they should have arrived. Levi paced back and forth irritably, an ominous premonition clouding his heart. No, I have to go back and find them. Levi stood up decisively and headed back the way he came. If this time, they get into trouble again because I left them alone. Levi quickened his pace. How could he ever forgive himself? There are gunshots over there. Levi was startled. Why would a contestant bring a gun? Would Farland and Isabel be there? Despite his anxiety, Levi understood that charging in blindly would only lead to a dead end. He looked around and prepared to give up the shortcut, using the cover of the sand dunes to circle around. Are you going to kill him? Do you think this is allowed? Farland's voice. Levi peeked out slightly and became enraged the moment he found Farland and Isabel buried in the sand. Carol, how dare you? He took everything from me with 7 shots, so I'm going to take it back with 7 shots. Levi squinted at the gun in Carol's hand and couldn't help but let out a cold snort. In M1911, he really went through a lot of trouble. He doesn't think Strong one is that gun, does he? Levi coughed softly twice. Who's there? Carol aimed the gun at the sand dune, his hands trembling with excitement. It's Levi, it must be him. Levi has come to save his companions. Stop hiding, Levi. As long as you're willing to step out, I'll release your 2 companions immediately. And the price is merely one of your legs. How about it? A fair deal, right? Carol chanted loudly in a sing-song tone. Silence, there was no more sound from that sand dune, as if the coughing at the beginning was just Carol's hallucination. Does he take me for a fool? Carol only felt a ridiculous irony. What are you 2 standing here for? Did I pay you to watch a joke? Get over there and see what's going on. The 2 attendants glanced at each other and started walking toward the sand dune. Carol watched as his 2 attendants rounded the back of the sand dune. Almost instantly, the sound of fighting came from there, but it returned to silence after a short while. What happened? Did they win? Carol gradually began to feel uneasy. Luther. Landon. What's going on? Answer me. Silence, more silence. Carol could no longer endure Levi's provocation. Having long forgotten his vow not to kill, he frantically pointed the pistol at Farland's head. If you don't show up, I'll kill. Suddenly, there was movement at the sand dune. A large object came flying over with a whoosh. Out of subconscious reaction, Carol fired 2 shots at the object, only to have warm liquid splash onto his face. He stared blankly down and saw Luther's corpse. Did he do it? Carol wasn't actually prepared to kill anyone, let alone one of his own men. Having grown up in a greenhouse, Carol felt a surge of nausea the first time he saw a real corpse. He knelt beside Luther's body, trying to check for breath. Swish. Levi slid down from the sand dune like a ghost, holding the unconscious Landon in front of him as a shield. He's coming, that demon, he's coming. Carol felt completely at a loss. He screamed in terror, breaking down in tears, and frantically fired at Levi without any self-awareness. Every shot blasted a burst of blood from Landon's body. Those bursts of blood were reflected in Carol's eyes, he felt as if everything before him was blood red. Click. The pistol made the sound of an empty chamber. Out of bullets. Impossible, how could? Carol kept mechanically repeating the trigger pull, his mind a complete blank. Levi threw aside the corpse in his hands and rushed in front of Carol. After kicking the pistol away, he sent Carol crashing to the ground with a kick. In a rage, Levi shoved his foot into Carol's mouth. Carol felt as if all his teeth had broken. They didn't have to die, I only knocked them out. Levi said gloomily. He didn't like using the power of the Ackermans to hurt others. His strength was meant to protect his companions, but there were always people who repeatedly provoked him by targeting what he cherished. Speak up. Son of the commander, look, you're not as noble as you thought. You've killed someone. Levi lifted his foot, grabbed Carol by the hair, and hauled him up to make him look at the tragedy he had caused. Thanks to Carol's earlier words, Levi finally remembered. Ulysses Grant. Orlando had mentioned that person to him before, that was the name of the commander of the military police. Carol shed tears of terror, he now only hoped that Levi would let him go. I'm da commander's thon. The toothless Carol couldn't even speak clearly. If you harm me, da military police court won't let you off. Truly disgusting. Because of his actions, 2 innocent soldiers had died for him, yet he didn't feel even a speck of guilt. Levi snapped Carol's arm. Ignoring his screams, he flipped him over and stepped on his leg. Feeling the dull pain of the tension in his leg, Carol looked at Levi in horror. You fool, you're not normal. Ah, you're not the first to say so. Levi cleanly snapped his leg. Levi threw Carol aside, who had fainted from either pain or fear. After submitting a withdrawal request to Carol's accompanying robot, Levi immediately rushed toward Farlan and Isabel. Farlan, are you okay? What happened to Isabel? Levi asked while digging Isabel out of the sand. Ah, I'm fine. Farlan, who had finally snapped out of the shock of the previous scene, felt somewhat relieved that Isabel had fainted. Isabel must have been hit in the head, it shouldn't be a big problem. After a quick check of Isabel, Levi hurriedly pulled Farlan out as well. Levi, I. Before Farlan could finish his sentence, or even shake the sand off his body, he was pulled into a hug by Levi. Farlan then realized that the boy, who had just looked like a bloodthirsty demon, was trembling slightly. I'm glad you're both okay. Levi whispered the words softly. Farlan's heart softened instantly. He suddenly thought of the Levi from his dream again. Standing alone in the rain, looking so desperate. Let's go. It'll be hard for you to explain when the rescuers arrive. Farlan carried Isabel on his back and said to Levi. Wait a moment. Farlan saw Levi walk over to Luther and Landon and close their eyes with his hand. The 3 found a place to rest, and Levi hurriedly gave Isabel some water. Fortunately, Isabel was indeed fine, just as Farlan had said. She woke up once midway, and after realizing her big brother Levi was back, she threw herself into his arms and had a good cry. She actually fell back asleep while crying. I hope she hasn't injured her brain. Levi touched Isabel's head worriedly, looking quite concerned. She's really innocent, isn't she? Farlan said to Levi, looking at Isabel who was fast asleep in Levi's arms. Levi nodded in agreement. Levi, let me ask you, if Carol hadn't pointed a gun at me later, would you have taken such drastic measures? Levi froze. He had actually guessed that Farlan would care about this, but he couldn't defend himself. Think whatever you want, was Levi's reply. Think whatever I want. Farlan said bitterly. Then I think you originally had another plan, but Carol threatened my life, leaving you with no choice, right? In any case, it's a fact that I indirectly caused the deaths of 2 innocent warriors for my own sake. Levi didn't quite like these words that justified his actions. It's all for oneself, no one is more noble than another. Because I know that if it happened again, I would still sacrifice them without hesitation. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Farlan recalled the last time he saw a corpse was when he was a child at the orphanage. At that time, he held Isabel and made up his mind to make the Gene warriors pay the price. He thought that having seen hell, he wouldn't be afraid of fighting anymore. But today, when he saw Carol kill 2 people with his own eyes, he realized his whole body was shaking. He couldn't kill anyone. He couldn't become a warrior like Levi. He couldn't even protect Isabel. He could only face Carol's cold gun barrel and pray that Levi would suddenly appear to save them, just like when they first met. Hey, Farlan. Levi interrupted Farlan's thoughts. I'm sorry for the harsh words I said to you before. If you still insist on persisting, Isabel has loved drawing since she was a child. Farlan said abruptly. To be honest, that little girl really has a talent for it, but I never let her learn. Partly because of money, and partly because I always felt we had more important things to do. Isabel was very obedient. She started training hard in combat and gradually gave up drawing. But just a few days ago, while watching the stars in the tropical rainforest, Isabel suddenly said to me. She really wanted to paint this scene, just the three of us, and the stars. Farland put his arm around Levi's shoulder and pulled him down. Levi didn't struggle and lay down with him. He saw the sky full of stars. Without the trees blocking the view, the Milky Way spanned across the sky like a silk ribbon. So beautiful. Levi was a bit mesmerized. Look, Levi, how bright the stars are, Farland said softly. There's no ceiling here, we've finally left the underground. What did he say? Levi sat up abruptly and stared blankly at Farland, seeing Farland looking at him with tears and a smile. Although I don't remember much, Levi, our selfishness, mine and Isabel's, made you sad. Farland pulled Levi into a hug. I'm sorry. Farland felt Levi trembling. He didn't intend to investigate whether his always strong big brother was crying. I plan to take Isabel back to the orphanage. The battlefield doesn't need us, but those homeless children do. I plan to renovate the orphanage and finish what the director didn't. When we reach the next transfer station, I'll withdraw with Isabel, and when we get back, I'll send her to learn drawing. Levi, this time, we will live in the sunlight as you wished. Levi only felt his heart filled with strange emotions. He felt a long-lost peace and gave a soft, in response. In this life, Farland and Isabel could finally live happily in a corner he didn't know about, Levi thought. This is really wonderful. After arriving at the transfer station, Isabel, knowing she was about to be separated from big brother Levi, threw a bit of a tantrum, calling Farland a traitor. You hit your head, if you don't get treatment, you'll turn into a fool, Farland teased, putting on an act to scare her. As expected, Isabel was frightened. She cautiously glanced at Levi and, seeing him stifling a laugh, suddenly realized Farland was teasing her. Furious, she loudly declared she would never be friends with Farland again. All right, all right. Farland smoothed the young girl's ruffled feathers. Go say goodbye to Levi. Isabel didn't know what had made Farland decide to leave so suddenly. This made her feel very sad. More than the inability to seek revenge, the bigger reason was that she didn't want to leave Levi. But Farland had secretly told her that if they persisted, Levi would be even more miserable. More than her own feelings, she wanted Levi to be happy. Isabel gave Levi a hug and wrote down a string of numbers on a slip of paper. This is my phone number, the girl cried, tears streaming down her face. Big brother Levi, you must remember to call me. Levi patted Isabel's head and gave her his word. He suddenly felt a bit fortunate for Orlando's crash course, which had helped him understand that there was such a thing as a cell phone in this world. Then we'll be heading off now. Farland took Isabel's hand and bid Levi farewell. Keep in touch, and remember to come visit us. Levi nodded. After seeing off Farland and Isabel, Levi felt a small sense of loss, but he quickly adjusted his emotions. If Farland and Isabel were here, it meant others might be here as well. Levi stood up and walked toward the next venue. He would definitely find them. After enduring 2 days of trials in the extreme cold, Levi completed all the exams without any major mishaps. Without Carol's interference, Levi finally experienced what the exam was originally supposed to be like. So far, only 23 people in total have completed all the trials. Because he had wasted too much time earlier, Levi was not the fastest one. He took off his thick coat, which was still covered in snow, handed over his accompanying robot, and submitted his completion application to the system. The entire process went incredibly smoothly. Actually, Levi had been somewhat worried that harming the son of the commander of the military police would bring him a lot of trouble, but it seemed that so far, no strange people had jumped out to hold him accountable. Moreover, he hadn't seen Commander Ulysses Grant anywhere. As he packed his things to leave, Levi specifically glanced toward the high-ranking officials of the military police corps but didn't see the person he was looking for. Forget it, Levi thought. If there really was something, they would come looking for him themselves. Orlando, you blockhead. What are you dazing off for? The instructor roared at the clearly distracted Orlando. Sorry. Orlando forced himself to focus and fired again. After the bullet flew out magnificently, it missed the target perfectly. Everyone. Orlando, step out of line. Yes, sir. Get out there and run until you drop. Yes, sir. Not again. Orlando knew why his mind was wandering. Today was already the 7th day since Levi had left. The competition was completely closed off, and no news could be received from the outside. The deadline was in 2 more days. Could Levi hold on? Would that fool Carol make things difficult for him? Even if Levi died somewhere right now, he would have no way of knowing. Someone's so in love tilde he's worried to death. The others in the squad had been teasing him constantly for the past 2 days, making him even more flustered. They don't know shit, Orlando thought. I'm Levi's best friend. If I don't worry about Levi, should I worry about you guys? Ridiculous. Levi will definitely be fine, Orlando comforted himself as he ran. He was about to die of exhaustion. Orlando lay on the training ground, huffing and puffing. After managing to stand up, he felt his legs shaking. Sighing helplessly, Orlando decided not to go to the canteen, he had no appetite anyway. He might as well just go back and sleep. Orlando walked toward the dormitory. Today really was the worst day. The first thing Levi did upon returning to the training corps was go back to the dormitory and take a shower. After washing up, he felt completely revitalized and refreshed. He fumbled around on the bed for a while until he found his phone and tentatively called Isabel. Ring, ring. Hello. Is that Big Brother Levi? Farland, come here quick. Big Brother Levi is calling. Isabel's joyful voice came through the phone. Yeah, Levi responded, thinking that cell phones really were quite miraculous. The three of them chatted for a while. Farland told Levi about the recent happenings at the orphanage, while Isabel said she had recently started practicing drawing. The two on the other end of the line chattered away, competing to talk to Levi, making even Levi feel a bit helpless. By the way, Levi, the Grant family didn't make things difficult for you, did they? Farland asked worriedly. No, Levi answered truthfully. In any case, that's a good thing. Farland urged Levi, make sure to get some good rest during this time, okay? Yes, you have to rest well. Isabel shouted spiritedly on her end. I know. Levi was amused by the two of them. After finishing the call, Levi went to the canteen, which, as expected, caused quite a stir. The big star is back. Everyone teased without malice, congratulating Levi on his achievements. Where's Orlando? Levi didn't see the face he was most familiar with. That guy is still out on the field running laps as punishment. Everyone gleefully informed Levi, after you left, that guy was always slacking off during training. Today, the instructor finally reached his limit. Levi didn't join the others in teasing Orlando. He packed an extra meal and headed back to the dormitory. That guy definitely won't have the heart to eat, Levi thought. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen him in a long time either. Orlando took back what he said earlier, he felt that today was still a very beautiful day. Even if he had been dragged out by the instructor and given a thorough scolding. And even if he was mocked by the other recruits of the training corps. Because as soon as he pushed open the door, he saw Levi, and the dinner Levi had brought back for him. Why are you looking at me like you've seen a ghost? It's disgusting. The look of disdain on Levi's face didn't seem fooled at all. Go wash your hands and come eat. Orlando suddenly felt a surge in appetite and began wolfing down the food. It wasn't because Levi was back that he was happy, he told himself, but simply because someone had brought him dinner. Orlando asked Levi many questions. Like whether the desert was really that hot, if he had encountered any danger, and if Carol had caused any trouble over there. Levi, who was in a rare good mood, answered them one by one. When he heard that Carol was actually the son of the commander of the military police, Orlando almost spat out his food. Fortunately, Levi shot him a sharp glare just in time, causing Orlando to thump his chest and force the mouthful of food down. My goodness. Catching his breath, Orlando exclaimed, why have I never heard that the Grant family had such a show-off? Oh. Levi caught Orlando's implication. You mean Ulysses Grant has other children? Yeah, Orlando replied. But I only know he has a son and a daughter, and that son is definitely not Carol. I think his name is Roland Grant. Is that so? Levi fell into deep thought. Why had the commander of the military police never publicly announced Carol's existence? Orlando shoveled 2 more mouthfuls of rice into his mouth. You're really something, knowing Carol has such a powerful background and still making him a cripple. But if you ask me, you did the right thing. Orlando waved his chopsticks excitedly. He actually dared to point a gun at you and even killed 2 people. Not killing him was already showing respect to the commander of the military police. What status do I have to be showing respect to the commander? Levi found it amusing. He had noticed that the people around him seemed to have a strange, inexplicable trust in him. The status of a rising star in the military police corps, Orlando said, eyes wide. If they still don't want you, they're simply blind. I doubt it, Levi said, not being quite so optimistic. The purpose of that accompanying robot seemed to be to allow us to withdraw at any time and track our location, but its most important function is actually as a surveillance camera. After doing that to his son, it's already good enough if they don't hold me accountable, let alone come looking for me. What's the big deal? The military police corps isn't the commander's responsibility anyway. Orlando wasn't very worried about it. What nonsense was he talking? Isn't the commander the highest person in charge of a corps? Levi looked at Orlando in shock. Huh. Orlando met Levi's gaze, paused for a moment, and then understood. All right, I know you're in the dark again. In the beginning, the military police corps wasn't controlled by the state. It was founded by the Grant family, and the commander has been a member of the Grant family for generations. 50 years ago, the current commander's father, that is, Commander Ulysses Grant's father, joined forces with the national government for the sake of wealth and glory. In exchange, he handed over half of the Gene Warrior data. The national government immediately took control of the Gene Warriors and gradually eroded the commander of the military police's power. By the time the Grant family realized what was happening, it was already too late to pull out. In truth, what has been handed down to the current commander is just a mess. The national government keeps the title of commander only because they don't want to be branded as treacherous. In reality, the commander of the military police has less power than an instructor in the training corps. The real power of choice is in the hands of the state. Since you've dampened the Grant family's prestige, some people might even thank you. Orlando leisurely reached his conclusion. Levi was deeply shocked. In his previous world, even though the Survey Corps' actual power was far less than that of the military police, the military always had a strict hierarchy. Irwin held supreme authority over everyone in the Survey Corps. He didn't dare imagine what kind of chaos the soldiers below would fall into if the military hierarchy were broken. How absurd. Levi made a final assessment, and Orlando nodded repeatedly in agreement. You should go to sleep first, Levi said to Orlando, who was clearly getting sleepy after finishing his meal. I'll clean up. How could I do that? Orlando forced himself to stay awake. You just got back, how can I let you do the work? I'm afraid you won't clean it well enough. The dorm has become filthy while I was away. Levi rejected Orlando's kindness and went to the bathroom to fetch a bucket of water. Don't get out of bed until the water on the floor is dry, or I'll cut your legs off. Orlando, who was originally quite touched. Will no one do something about this guy's lethal obsession with cleanliness? Levi looked at the pile of books Orlando had stacked in front of him, somewhat speechless. Is this really necessary? Levi picked up the topmost book with 2 fingers and shook it. The text inside was small and dense, making his head swim. Of course it is. Orlando brought over a few more language books. Your general literacy is too poor. You can't let yourself get filtered out during the written exam for being a simple-minded, muscle-brained fool. Levi reluctantly opened the military theory book in his hand and struggled through a few lines. Ah, how annoying. Politics again. Levi had never understood politics. He felt it wasn't something soldiers should be learning in the first place. What was the point of learning it? It wasn't as if the people at the top would ever let them formulate anything. To help it sink in, Levi picked up a pen and casually copied a few sentences. All those born as Gene Warriors must be handed over to the state and dedicate themselves to the nation. Orlando leaned over to look at what Levi had written. How surprising. Your handwriting is actually quite good. Of course it was, Levi thought. This actually had something to do with that fool Irwin. When Levi first joined the Survey Corps, he always felt a complex range of emotions toward Irwin because of the deaths of Farland and Isabel. On one hand, he resented the man for disrupting his life, but on the other, he was curious about the goals of this man who was so clearly different from everyone else. Thus, Levi decided to follow Irwin, wanting to see if this man could truly bring a future to humanity. But at the same time, Levi also doubted whether Irwin was truly as great as he claimed to be. For the future of humanity, could he really be willing to dedicate his heart? Levi watched searchingly as the man rose from section commander to the position of commander through his own efforts. The first thing Irwin did upon becoming commander was establish a position called squad leader, saying it was created specifically for Levi. What a strange person. Levi had clearly wanted to kill him before, didn't he hold a grudge at all? Levi became even more curious about him, often going to sit in Irwin's office for no reason. Irwin was indulgent as well, even installing a sofa in the office to facilitate Levi's surveillance. But it seemed Levi couldn't find any flaws in him. Irwin was always reviewing various documents until late at night. The stacks of paper, seemingly taller than the man himself, confined him to that desk, and Levi couldn't see his expression clearly. Finally, one day after Irwin fell asleep while processing documents, Levi curiously hopped off the sofa and looked at the files Irwin had organized. He knew Irwin's habits. The pile on the left was meaningless, requiring only the word, rejected, and his signature. Levi didn't know what he was after, but he actually picked up that pile of documents, carried them to the sofa, and signed them all for him, one by one. The next day, when Irwin saw the documents Levi had signed, he wore an expression that was somewhere between laughter and tears. Levi, perhaps you should practice your handwriting. Levi felt as if he had been immensely insulted, and he immediately blew up. Just dropped dead from overwork while processing your documents, you blonde fool, Levi cursed, then left without looking back. The next day, Irwin brought the black tea Levi liked as an apology, along with a dozen calligraphy copybooks. If you become a captain and can't sign with a good hand, people will laugh at you. Irwin had said to him with a grin back then. Levi wanted to say he hadn't agreed to be his shitty squad leader yet, but looking at the hopeful look in Irwin's eyes, he could never bring himself to refuse. Why did such a man always show a childlike expression at certain moments? Levi was a very persistent person. From then on, he would practice a few pages of calligraphy every day after training, and before long, his handwriting became neat and beautiful. After becoming the squad leader, he was always able to write a beautiful, rejected, on the documents sent by his subordinates. Irwin was very gratified by Levi's growth and took the initiative to send all the documents he couldn't finish to Levi. The rejected, written by Levi is the best I've ever seen. Those who are rejected might feel a bit better seeing such beautiful handwriting from the squad leader. Irwin bluffed with a straight face. That guy had shown his nature as a trickster from the very beginning, how had he not noticed? Coming back to his senses from his memories, Levi felt a bit annoyed by his own carelessness. Levi, I have to go to training. Remember to study hard on your own. Orlando hurriedly put on his military boots and ran out. Levi gave a casual response and continued to bury his head in his books. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came from outside the door. Strange. Was that Orlando knocking? Why was he back so soon? Levi opened the door and looked in surprise at a completely unfamiliar, refined young man standing there. Who are you? Levi's hand tightened slightly on the door. If anything seemed wrong, he would slam it shut immediately. Don't be nervous. The visitor smiled gently. You might not know me well, but you certainly know my father. My father is the current commander, Ulysses Grant. Interested in having a chat with me. He was another son of Ulysses Grant. You are Roland Grant, Levi said in an assertive tone. I didn't expect Mr. Levi to actually know me. The newcomer put on a perfectly timed expression of surprise, making Levi feel sick enough to vomit. It was truly the standard aristocratic tone. So, do you have some business with me? Levi was actually certain that the man had come because of the matter with Carol. He planned to take it one step at a time. There are too many eyes and ears here. A group of soldiers carrying guns appeared behind Roland, expertly pointing their weapons at Levi's head. I wonder if Mr. Levi would be willing to join me for lunch. Levi was practically kidnapped, stuffed into a sedan, and then taken to a private restaurant. This place will do. Roland clapped his hands, and several maids came from behind the door to serve several portions of exquisite food. Unfortunately, Levi's mind was not on the food at all. Would you like something to drink? Roland asked considerately. Stop wasting your breath. Levi quietly slipped a fork into his sleeve and leaned back, crossing his arms in a defensive posture. What does the commander's son want to say after going through so much trouble to kidnap me? It was not my intention to leave you with a bad first impression, Roland smiled bitterly. If I hadn't done this, I don't think you would have given me a chance to talk. It seems you have already encountered my father and younger brother. So it really was about Carol. Levi thought to himself that things were looking bad, though he didn't show it on his face. Yeah, is there a problem? Very impressive, Roland said out of nowhere, a fanatical expression appearing on his face. What was impressive? Was he referring to the fact that I broke his brother's bones? Levi was a bit confused by this person's train of thought. I watched every clip of your matches. Whether it's your reaction speed, execution, or physical explosive power, they are all top tier, even existing far beyond that of a gene warrior. And unlike a gene warrior, you have your own combat thinking and judgment, Roland explained. Ah, thanks. Levi didn't know how he should react. The development of events was not what he had expected. He had already scouted the best escape route in the surroundings. Once Roland made a move, he was prepared to flip the table and use the fork against Roland's neck to take him hostage and escape. However, the person in front of him didn't seem to have any intention of blaming him at all. I'm meeting you today because I want to ask a favor of you. Roland cut the meat in front of him, which was already cut into bite-sized pieces, even smaller. If possible, I hope you will not enter the military police corps. Why? Levi frowned. The interior of the military police corps is currently a mess of loose sand. Even if you enter the military police corps, you won't get what you want. You seem to think you know me very well, Levi remarked sarcastically. Roland smiled, not minding Levi's provocation. I don't know how much Mr. Levi knows about the Grant family, but you must be very curious about Carol, who suddenly jumped out. He is my younger brother, but unfortunately, he's a waste. Roland stuffed a small piece of meat into his mouth. Our mother died of complications during his birth. My father, who knows nothing but combat techniques, poured all his affection for our late mother onto this child, fostering his arrogant and incompetent personality. Carol is useless except for bringing shame to the family. After my repeated reminders, my father finally agreed to give him the cold treatment and keep news of him from the public. I didn't expect him to sign up for the selection competition on his own, spending all of his few brain cells on creating hype for himself. Even though Carol used ugly methods to achieve victory multiple times during this competition and even killed someone with his own hands, my father rejected my application to strip him of the Grant surname on the grounds that Carol is now disabled. What a melodramatic family history. If Orlando were here, he would definitely be listening with great interest. Unfortunately, Levi wasn't interested at all. You sound like you're complaining about Carol, but in reality, you're expressing dissatisfaction with your father everywhere, Levi exposed Roland's true thoughts. As expected of Mr. Levi. Roland didn't feel the embarrassment of being exposed. But it's not as serious as you think. I respect my father very much, he is a kind man. Unfortunately, his kindness cannot save the Grant family from being controlled by the government. To avoid conflict, he has always followed the government's orders, which has caused the interior of the military police corps to continuously rot. I want to take over the position of commander from my father, but unfortunately, my father is afraid I will cause conflict and has been unable to make a decision. I have been waiting for a breakthrough, waiting for a truly powerful person to become my blade. And now, I have finally found the person I want. Roland put down his fork and looked at Levi seriously. That person is you, Levi. Why did things turn out like this? That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
No Titans. Surviving the Apocalypse begins. Part 2. Under the dim light, a woman with a high ponytail hummed a light-hearted tune as they skipped along, carrying a stack of documents and a tablet. Yo, Hange, you seem to be in a good mood. Oh, it's Mike. Hange didn't stop, only patting his shoulder as they passed by. I've made a major discovery today, Tilda. Is it another zombified gene warrior? Mike asked toward Hange's departing back. Even more interesting than that. Hange kicked open an office door. I've found a real treasure. Irwin Smith. Moshi, are you there? Hange shouted at the top of their lungs, asking despite knowing the answer, directed at the blonde head working at the computer. Hange. Irwin looked up and rubbed the bridge of his nose. How many times have I told you? Knock before coming in. You're just too fussy, Hange grumbled, walking over and tossing a tablet onto Irwin's desk with a thud. Irwin could do nothing with this brilliant but eccentric subordinate, so he resignedly looked down at the tablet. The tablet seemed to show clips from this year's National Soldier Selection Contest hosted by the Military Police Corps, but these clips were all focused on one person. Clean fighting moves, excellent judgment. Irwin unconsciously adopted a professional attitude as he seriously examined the black-haired youth on the tablet. He couldn't help but marvel when he saw him emerge from behind a sand dune using someone as a human shield. It's Is that what you're focused on? Hange exclaimed in surprise. I think he was much cooler when he took out 8 people with 7 shots, and it wasn't nearly as bloody. Irwin ignored the eccentric Hange. After dragging the progress bar back and forth to watch it twice more, he opened an interface on his computer. After skillfully typing in a string of information, a resume popped up. Hange leaned in for a look and started shouting in indignation, "You already knew his name was Levi. You even hacked into the military police corps to get his resume." Irwin felt Hange was making a fuss over nothing. If you could notice him, why couldn't I? Then why did you watch it so many times just now? What a waste. I even printed out that guy's resume. Hange grumbled and threw the documents in front of Irwin. No matter how many times I watch his combat clips, I find them astonishing. Irwin was not stingy with his praise for Levi. Right. Hange grew excited again. Don't you think this guy is interesting? It was worth hacking into the military police corps machines to get this footage. That posture, that combat power, heavens, he's practically like an upgraded Gene Warrior tilde. A crazed look appeared on Hange's face. I really want to dissect him and see his body's internal structure. Hange. Irwin rapidly flipped through Levi's life history. I won't let you dissect Levi. Don't even think about it. Oh, I know, you have zero sense of humor. Hange waved a hand, though only they themselves knew if they were actually joking. So, does he fit the image you had in mind for the Survey Corps squad leader? He fits it beyond my imagination, Irwin remarked. Our Survey Corps is just starting out and has no reputation. If we can attract Levi, it will definitely boost our fame significantly. But how are you going to attract him? Hange asked curiously. This little guy clearly wants to join the military police corps. I doubt they'll let such a living advertisement go, either. It seems they've even finished editing a highlight reel of Levi's battles for public release. Here, look. Hange swiped on the tablet and found a video. Irwin leaned in to watch for a moment and then stopped. Well, considering it might not be suitable for children, it really was edited into pieces, Hange shrugged. But you can't deny it's a mutual attraction. So what do we do now, Irwin? I'm not sure. Irwin closed the computer. But if I let such a promising talent slip away, I probably won't be able to sleep at night. Hange, you stay here and guard the base. Mike and I are going out. Where to? Hange looked curiously at Irwin, who rarely left. To catch a little black cat. Levi watched Roland, and after confirming he wasn't joking, he felt that the decline of the Grant family made sense. After all, was there a single normal person in this family? Why should I help you? Levi found it utterly baffling. I have no interest in your Grant family's history. You indeed have no interest in the Grant family, Roland said, looking at Levi. But you are certainly interested in Gene Warriors. Levi raised an eyebrow, not in a hurry to refute. I don't belong to the military police corps, but I have their highest level access card. I can enter the upper echelons directly. In a moment, I'll take you to see the real production site of the Gene Warriors. At that time, I'll ask you to make your decision. I believe that through my observations of you during this time, you will surely side with me. Mr. Grant. The guard at the door gave a military salute. I apologize, the commander is not in the corps today. Ah, it's fine. Roland waved his hand. Father must have gone to the hospital to see Carol. I didn't come here to see him today. Please open the elevator. I need to go up for something. Yes. The guard turned around and entered a string of passwords into the door. A small black box by the door popped open and shot out a blue light. Roland stepped forward, and the blue light scanned his entire face as if it were sentient. Roland Grant, highest authority. Door opened. A mechanical female voice announced coldly. The door slowly opened, revealing the elevator inside. As Roland stepped in, he heard the guard behind him shouting, "Who are you? I've never seen you before." "He is my person." Roland looked back at the guard. "Let him come over." The guard hesitated, unsure whether to let Levi pass with the gun pointed at him. "Mr. Grant, you know we have regulations." "How interesting." Roland narrowed his eyes and sneered at the guard. "It seems our Grant family has truly declined if even a mere guard dares to order me around." "That's not what I meant." The guard lowered his head and holstered his gun. Everyone in the military police corps knew that the commander had a son whose personality was completely different from his own, and it was unwise to cross him. Levi glanced at the guard and followed Roland. "Please excuse the spectacle." Roland tilted his head and smiled at Levi, then pressed the top floor button on the elevator. The button immediately beeped, collecting Roland's fingerprint. I've seen enough jokes today, I don't mind one more. Levi didn't seem bothered and instead looked around curiously. Please refrain from touching anything when we get there, Roland instructed. All surfaces here are covered with fingerprint scanners. If an anomalous fingerprint is detected, it will automatically shoot. I don't want you to get hurt in such an unnecessary place. As soon as Roland finished speaking, the elevator door opened. What is this? Levi was shocked by the countless massive cultivation tanks before him. Each tank contained a naked human, quietly sleeping in a strange green solution. Countless researchers in white coats hurried about, barely touching the ground, drifting like ghosts. They paid no mind to Roland and Levi entering. Surprising, isn't it? Roland was the first to step out of the elevator. This is why our country is currently powerful and possesses absolute dominant strength. The number of gene warriors far exceeds that of other nations. The unfortunate truth is that these gene warriors are not from the origin site of gene warriors as advertised externally. Rather, the military police corps has been secretly manufacturing artificial gene warriors. Artificial gene warriors. Levi was startled. Are these tanks full of living people? Yes. Roland nodded. Most of these are vagrants picked up off the streets or orphans without parents, whom the state forcibly captures for experiments. But in reality, the artificial gene warriors produced have an extremely low survival rate, only a 50% chance of survival. Furthermore, in recent years, many gene warriors have exhibited zombification issues, and statistical data shows their origin is exclusively the artificial gene warriors. Zombification. Levi thought of the soldier with the strange behavior earlier. Was that a symptom of zombification? Their necks don't seem to have the strange markings mentioned in the rumors, Levi said, looking at a person in one of the tanks. You mean that? That's something only natural-born gene warriors have. The marks on the artificial ones are manually printed on after the state successfully cultivates them. Suddenly, the man in the tank in front of Levi opened his eyes. He struggled painfully, and red blood flowed from his facial orifices, dissolving into the viscous green solution. Subject 20301 shows severe rejection reaction. Experiment failed. Requesting disposal. The system issued a cold warning. A nearby experimental staff member walked over, took a quick look, and pressed a switch at the bottom of the container. The liquid was rapidly drained, leaving only the man painfully gasping for air. Levi could do nothing. He could only watch as the man's full skin instantly withered into that of an elderly person, and even corpse spots slowly began to appear. Number 20301 confirmed dead. Dispose of the body. Unrelated personnel, stand clear. Roland guided Levi to the side, watching as a large group of people in white coats routinely pulled out the putrid corpse and replaced it with another unconscious man. This is outrageous. Levi felt a bitter taste in his throat. He was furious. He didn't understand the value of such torturous experiments, and those leaders who treated human lives with such disregard were worse than beasts. Roland had anticipated Levi's reaction. Because gene warriors have short lifespans and are heavily deployed in war, few are able to bear offspring, and the probability of ordinary people giving birth to a gene warrior is almost zero. Under these conditions, 50 years ago, the global population of gene warriors was steadily decreasing. To maintain combat strength, many countries began forcibly ordering gene warriors to mate and bear children, but the effect was negligible. The ancestors of the Grant family happened to be the earliest generation of gene warriors, and we possess detailed information on gene warriors. After Grandpa sold the data to the state at a high price, the state has been secretly conducting artificial gene warrior experiments in private locations. Father does not agree with this approach, but unfortunately, he knows nothing but fighting. Unable to bear the pangs of conscience, he simply relinquished control of the military police corps so that he wouldn't have to be personally responsible for all of this. Roland suddenly lowered his voice to a volume only the two of them could hear and spoke to Levi. I have never agreed with the artificial gene warrior plan from the start. Humans who forcibly oppose nature will inevitably suffer the backlash of their own greed. I need someone's help, someone who can help me reclaim the Grant family's control over the military police corps and retrieve our data. Now, Mr. Levi, are you willing to help me? Levi, I'm back. How far did you get with the book? Orlando happily pushed open the door, only to unexpectedly see a strange, large blonde man sitting where Levi should have been. Who is this? Did I walk into the wrong room? Just as Orlando was about to step back and check the room number, someone suddenly flashed out from behind the door, grabbed his arm, and pinned him to the floor. Don't move. The person leaned in and sniffed at Orlando's neck. What a creep. Orlando felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Mike, you caught the wrong person. That's not Levi. Irwin flipped through the book on the table and took a moment to look up, waving his hand for Mike to let him go. Levi's handwriting is actually quite nice. Hearing this, Mike pulled Orlando up, grabbed a rope, and tied him securely to a chair. Orlando, who are you people? Coming to his senses, Orlando kicked his legs desperately, trying to break free. What do you want with Levi? Us. Irwin squeezed out a standard professional fake smile. We are Levi's good friends. We just dropped by to see him today. Who would believe that? Orlando's face darkened. Just as he was about to scream to attract attention, Mike chopped him on the back of the neck with his palm, and he blacked out. Treating Levi's friend like this might not give that little guy a good impression of you, Irwin, Mike said gloatingly. That guy seems to care quite a bit about his friends. Watch your phrasing, Mike. Irwin looked up at Mike with an air of innocent surprise. You were clearly the one who knocked him out. I only told you to let him go. Mike, what should I do if my boss is a total jerk? Waiting online, it's urgent. Now, Mr. Levi, are you willing to help me? Coming back to himself, Levi felt a strong sense of dissonance. Why tell me such classified information so easily? Levi lowered his voice. Aren't you afraid I'll talk? Mr. Levi doesn't need to worry about that. Roland smiled, clearly in a good mood. So many people saw it today. Mr. Levi was the only outsider who entered the laboratory. If any word gets out, I'm afraid suspicion will only fall on your head. However, it would be different if Mr. Levi became my subordinate. After all, it wouldn't do the Grant family any good if such things were leaked, and I would be better able to prove your innocence. Are you threatening me? Levi narrowed his eyes dangerously. He'd been played. How could I? Roland smiled as bright as a flower. I'm simply stating facts. I'll give you a week to consider. It's getting late now, let me see you back. This is far enough. Levi looked at the man sticking to him like a piece of gum and felt a bit irritated. Does the gentleman not plan to invite me in for a cup of tea? Roland actually wanted to spend a little more time with Levi. Sorry, I'm not the only one living in the dormitory. If a big shot like you suddenly shows up, I don't know what kind of rumors would spread through the training corps by the next day. Levi used Orlando as a shield. All right then. Roland finally gave up his plan to keep pestering Levi, though unfortunately, it was only temporary. Contact me anytime once you've made up your mind. Watching Roland finally deign to leave, Levi was almost angry enough to laugh. What was all this? How did he end up getting involved with the Grant family? Returning so late, Orlando would definitely press him about where he'd been. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. For Orlando's safety, he certainly couldn't tell him about meeting Roland. To keep things quiet, he decided he might as well just knock Orlando out as soon as he went in. Levi made the decision with satisfaction. Levi pulled the key from his pocket, but just as he was about to open the door, he suddenly froze. There was someone behind the door. He heard suppressed breathing. It wouldn't be a prank by Orlando. That guy had no reason to do something like this. If there was one person behind the door, how many would be in the room? Were they armed? Why were there so many problems today? Was Orlando okay? After weighing his options, Levi gripped his combat knife in his left hand and slowly opened the door. Whoosh! The person behind the door lunged out, aiming a punch at the back of Levi's head. Having prepared himself, Levi ducked to dodge the attack and spun into a sweep kick to force the intruder back. Levi flicked a knife out from his sleeve and stabbed ruthlessly toward the intruder's chest. The person hurriedly brought out a long blade to parry, but was forced back several steps by Levi's sheer brute strength. Only then did Levi find a moment to see the face of the rude visitor. That hairstyle that was so long you couldn't see the eyes. Mike. Cough, cough. The person sitting to the side, who seemed to have been completely ignored by Levi, made a bit of noise to avoid being left out, slowly pressing a blade against the neck of the sleeping Orlando. Can we calm down and have a proper chat? Little Levi. The all too familiar voice made Levi's heart skip a beat. He turned his head quickly and saw the man who had occupied such a massive portion of his life. Irwin Smith. Irwin Smith. Seeing him again, Levi felt as if a lifetime had passed, which was indeed the case. A reunion between old friends should have been a touching scene, but the way that guy used a companion as a threat was so familiar it made Levi a bit angry, shattering much of the nostalgia he had. It seemed the guy had been dead for so long that Levi had begun to romanticize him. Levi gritted his teeth. He had almost forgotten what a fool this guy actually was. Sensing Levi's grip slacken, Mike forcefully parried Levi's combat knife. Now, Mike seized the moment of Levi's hesitation and lunged forward, but just as he was about to grab Levi's shoulder, Levi dodged to the side with the agility of a cat. That opening was a trap Levi set for me. Realizing something was wrong, Mike immediately tried to adjust his stance and retreat from Levi's reach, but Levi tripped him hard, sending him crashing to the ground. As Mike tried to scramble up, he felt a chilling cold against his neck. Don't move. Levi pressed the back of his blade against Mike's neck and looked up at Erwin provocatively. It seems I have a hostage now, too. Erwin felt a surge of ecstasy. Mike was the strongest human soldier he had ever seen, yet in terms of both technique and combat reflexes, Levi seemed far superior. It had been worth bringing Mike along specifically to test him. Levi certainly hadn't disappointed. Erwin decisively lowered his knife and raised his hands to show his sincerity. All right, I won't move. Can you let Mike go now? Throw the knife over. Your pistol, too. Levi had no intention of giving Erwin special treatment. After all, the man had barged into his home and caused a scene, and Levi had already dealt with enough trouble for one day. Yes. Erwin helplessly tossed over the knife and pistol. I've been completely cast as the villain here, haven't I? Levi disarmed Mike as well, tossing his weapons aside before releasing him. After Mike stood up, he looked at Levi curiously and leaned in to sniff his neck. Has this world's Mike still not kicked that nasty habit of getting to know people by their scent? It's really perverted. Seeing the look of disgust on Levi's face but misunderstanding its cause, Erwin explained, don't be too tense. This is Mike. He's used to identifying people by their scent, he means no harm. After sniffing Levi, Mike let out a puzzled, drawing the attention of both Erwin and Levi. What is it? Levi asked impatiently. Your scent, it's very familiar. Have we met before? Mike hesitantly voiced his suspicion. Levi's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to respond, Erwin interrupted with a look of disdain. Mike, that kind of line for winning people over went out of style a long time ago. Mike didn't bother arguing. With his eyes hidden behind his bangs, he rolled them hard at his boss. So, Levi turned back to look seriously at Erwin, asking a question he already knew the answer to. What's your name? Erwin Smith, commander of the Survey Corps. The Survey Corps. Orlando clearly said there was no Survey Corps in this world. How unfortunate. I've never heard of such an organization. It's fine if you haven't, Erwin smiled. After all, our Survey Corps has only just started, and we're constantly being suppressed by the military police corps. It's normal that few people know about us. Sit down, Levi. I came here today because I intend to have a proper talk with you. Levi huffed and walked quickly to the table, taking a moment to check on Orlando. Though he knew Erwin wouldn't truly hurt him, Levi still inspected Orlando's condition. He's just been knocked out. Watching Levi's actions, Erwin felt his impressions of him from his recent observations further solidified. Contrary to his cold exterior, Levi was gentler and more caring toward his companions than anyone else. A man like this would surely be willing to contribute to the future of humanity. So, what do you want to talk about? After untying Orlando and carrying him to the bed, Levi returned to the table and pulled out a chair, ready to hear what his old friend had to say. I wonder how much you know about the military police corps and the Gene Warriors. Erwin entered his classic negotiation mode. Here we go again. Levi rubbed his temples. Though it wasn't my intention, I probably know more than you think. Oh, really? This was unexpected, but Levi didn't seem like the type to pretend to know things he didn't. It seemed something unforeseen had happened. Well, regardless, it's a good thing you already know, it saves me a lot of effort. I was once part of the military police corps myself, but I didn't agree with some of their current policies, so I founded the Survey Corps. What policies? Don't tell me it's the secret creation of artificial gene warriors. Levi grumbled inwardly. Do you know about the artificial gene warrior project, Levi? Erwin prepared to test the depths of Levi's knowledge. As I thought. Levi's lip twitched, not bothering to hide it. It seems he really does know quite a bit. Mike stood lazily by the door with his arms crossed, his attention fixed on Levi. It looks like someone got to him before we did. It's strange. Why did the military police corps move so quickly? Logically, they only needed to wait for Levi to pass the final exam. There was no need to go through the trouble of contacting him early. Then I'll be blunt, Levi, Erwin decided to be direct. The original intent behind founding the Survey Corps was to rescue humanity from the fear of war, uncover the true nature of the gene warriors, and stop the government's artificial gene project. Are you willing to join the Survey Corps, Levi? Mr. Grant, look, that car. The driver hesitated and stepped on the brakes. Roland glanced out the window and saw a dazzling, rose-colored Bentley parked conspicuously in his usual spot. TCH. Roland impatiently jumped out of the car, feeling that his good mood for the entire day had been ruined the moment he saw that Bentley. Park somewhere else. Roland casually instructed the driver, then walked with a dark expression toward the obviously anxious guard. Where is that crazy woman? In your study. The guard was shaking like a sieve, a picture of pitifulness, but unfortunately, he didn't earn an ounce of sympathy from the young master, who was in a foul mood. Roland violently kicked the guard in the abdomen. After watching the man painfully double over, he grabbed his collar and lifted him up. I told you, didn't I? That fool is not allowed to step foot in my study. RRY. The guard painfully squeezed the words out from between his teeth before Roland tossed him aside. Annoying. Roland couldn't be bothered to spare another glance for the guard struggling to breathe on the floor. He straightened his suit and strode quickly toward the study. Opening the door, he saw a beautiful woman in a wine-red evening gown casually lounging on the sofa, repeatedly swirling a wine glass in her hand. Ah, Roland, my dear little brother, I've missed you so much, Tilda. Seeing Roland's dark expression, the woman showed extreme enthusiasm, yet her noble body didn't lift an inch from the sofa. That red wine you opened isn't my Chateau Lafite, is it? My dear sister. Roland forced a fake smile and snatched the wine glass from the woman's hand. Stingy, the woman pouted teasingly. Haven't you caused enough trouble, Jessica? Roland was fed up with the woman's posturing. He worried that if he stayed with her any longer, the wine bottle in his hand might end up smashed over her head. Still so impatient. Jessica waved her hand, magnanimously forgiving her brother's rudeness. I waited for you all day today, you know. As your sister, I'm very worried about your safety. Don't you know where I went? Roland retorted. Fine, I do know, Jessica admitted readily, then turned around, clasped her hands, and bowed dramatically, her smooth black hair cascading over her shoulder. Please introduce Mr. Levi to me. I really need him, Tilda. Why should I do that? Roland laughed in exasperation. Huh. Jessica lifted her long hair strangely, adopting an innocent, pure look. Aren't our goals the same? To seize control of the military police corps back from the government, use the power of the gene warriors to launch a coup, and make the Grant family the true masters of the nation. Isn't that right? Will you join the Survey Corps, Levi? Levi sighed, looking at the serious-faced Erwin before him. I wish you had come sooner. Then I wouldn't have so many problems right now. Erwin, who had been caught off guard by Levi's answers countless times today, was now extremely curious what issue could be troubling the young man before him so much. For Levi, no matter the time, the Survey Corps and Erwin would always be his first choice. If he had initially hesitated about accepting Roland's olive branch, then the young master of the Grant family was certainly no longer within his consideration. It was just that he now had leverage against him, and Levi didn't want to cause trouble for the Survey Corps right after joining. The young master of the Grant family found me earlier, seemingly hoping I would become his subordinate. Although Levi had just met this world's Erwin, it had been Levi's habit for many years to let the other party decide things. He took me to the artificial gene warrior laboratory. If I don't agree to become his subordinate, I would probably be executed for leaking state secrets. Roland actually took you to the lab. Erwin was surprised. Hange is going to be green with envy. Mike interjected from the side. Hange, another familiar face. Levi was now accepting this situation quite well. Can you tell me the details of what happened, Levi? Well, that's roughly it. Levi felt he had said everything he could think of. That's truly strange. Erwin fell into contemplation. Spit it out, don't hold it in like you're constipated. He's probably wondering why Roland approached you first instead of Jessica. Mike explained on Erwin's behalf. Jessica, who is that? Levi looked at Erwin in confusion. Roland's older sister, the commander of the military police's eldest daughter, Erwin replied. But it's a good thing you didn't run into her. That woman is different from Roland, she's a real tough nut to crack. Erwin lowered his head and typed something on his phone, while reassuring Levi, don't worry too much about Roland. Tomorrow morning, you'll come with us to the training corps to meet someone, and then we can discuss everything together. Is it the Hange you mentioned? Levi asked casually. Are you really hoping to see her? Erwin was a bit surprised. It's not her, but I think Hange will definitely want to meet you, she's always been very interested in you. I just wonder what kind of interest that is. Mike was exceptionally determined to be a spoilsport today. Alright, it's getting late outside. You can leave now. Levi promptly issued an eviction notice. Erwin and Mike exchanged glances. Surely not, little Levi. Mike shrugged. You can't possibly make us go back this late only to come pick you up first thing tomorrow morning. Why not? Levi found it baffling. Otherwise, how am I supposed to explain the two sudden extra people to Orlando? You seem unwilling to tell him about your contact with the Grant family. Aren't you friends? Erwin was curious. I don't intend to drag him into danger. Levi was unwilling to back down on this point. Fine. Erwin decided to respect Levi's wishes. We swear we'll leave before your friend wakes up. Now, are you willing to generously put us up for the night? You can, if you two grown men don't mind the thought of squeezing into my bed for the night. Levi made the constructive suggestion with malicious humor. You don't sleep in a bed. Mike seized upon the non-essential point. I'm not used to it, Levi said truthfully. I usually make do sleeping on a chair for the night. That's not a good habit. Erwin, who was forced to work overtime every night due to his job, truly couldn't understand why anyone would dislike sleeping. His hair was practically abandoning him. Don't worry about me, Levi retorted sarcastically. I don't have to worry about my hairline like you do. Erwin, who was usually eloquent and persuasive, felt speechless for the first time. Mike was laughing so hard he was bent double, secretly glancing at Levi. Well, with this guy joining, it feels like the Survey Corps is going to get a lot livelier. The next day, Orlando, who was vaguely waking up, saw Levi looking like he was about to go out. Are you going out? Orlando propped himself up and stretched, but suddenly felt a dull ache coming from the back of his neck. Hiss. Wait, where are those two people from yesterday? Levi. Did you notice anything strange when you came back yesterday? It seems like our dorm was broken into. Orlando abruptly jumped off the bed, opened his drawer, and carefully counted the few banknotes in his wallet. Only after confirming no money was missing did his heart settle down. Levi, who watched Orlando's entire foolish display, said, You must be groggy. When I came back yesterday, you were the only one here. Levi lied without even blinking. Really? Orlando suspiciously rubbed the back of his neck. But in my dream, I seemed to have been hit by someone with very long hair, like a savage. The spot where I was hit still hurts a lot. You probably just slept on your neck wrong, Levi casually dismissed, handing him a steamed bun. A bun the cafeteria packed for you. Eat it and go to training. Ah, thanks, brother. Orlando gratefully took it, instantly forgetting the dream. By the way, are you going out? Where are you going? Orlando mumbled the question with the bun in his mouth. The library. Levi stopped talking and turned to walk out the door. Be careful on the road. Orlando waved casually. I understand your decision not to drag him into this matter, said, savage, Mike, who was waiting outside and had overheard the entire exchange, feeling a bit sorry for Orlando's intelligence. He'll die a miserable death. Levi didn't intend to defend his good brother. Hey, over here, Tilda. The moment Hange received the news that Erwin would be bringing Levi back this morning, she waited at the base entrance, striving to leave a good first impression on Levi. Hange, why aren't you in the reception room? Although he had anticipated Hange wouldn't obey, seeing her actually appear at the base entrance still made Erwin feel an urge to step on the gas and run her over. Hange didn't even glance at Erwin, happily rushing to the passenger seat intending to open the door for Levi. Unfortunately, Erwin didn't give her the chance. He coldly pressed the master switch, and all the car doors sprang open, slamming, clang, into Hange's nose. Erwin Smith. Hange clutched her nose, cursing his hairline. Hey, are you alright, stinky four eyes? Levi got out of the car and expressed a little concern for his long unseen friend. Are you worried about me, Levi? I'm so touched, Tilda. Hange pretended to wipe away tears that weren't there. Why do you call him Levi? That's disgusting. Mike also got out of the car. It seems you aren't needed here, Hange-san. I'll call him whatever I want, what business is it of yours? Hange glared at Mike, then suddenly grinned. Oh right, Nanaba is back from her business trip today. Do you want to go see her? Mike immediately surrendered to the enemy, as expected, but since Erwin was still here, he had to ask symbolically, why don't we let Hange go instead? She's better at negotiation than I am. Hange seized the opportunity and immediately nodded frantically at Erwin. Erwin, having been completely manipulated, Erwin felt it necessary to properly emphasize the issue of absolute soldier obedience in a couple of days. Ah, Li Wai, would you be willing to come to my place for a physical examination later? Don't worry, it won't hurt. At most, I'll just draw a little bit of your blood. It wasn't long before Hange exposed her true nature, drooling greedily and fantasizing about Levi's physical data. It must be absolutely wonderful. Hange felt like she was already floating in ecstasy. Or maybe he's a special type of gene warrior. That's not impossible. Wow. Now even zombies have appeared. Ah, the world is truly beautiful. No. Levi decisively shattered Hange's beautiful dream. He knew her well, that eccentric science maniac. In her previous life, she had a lifelong unrequited love for titans. He wondered what she had developed into this lifetime. If he gave her an inch, he would regret it. Why? Li Wai. Having been severely struck, Hange sincerely shed broadband tears this time, making a standard Kong gesture. I thought we were already good friends. Stop fooling around, Hange. Erwin's face darkened. Has the guest arrived? Ah, yes, they have arrived. Hange, sensing Erwin's annoyance, immediately returned to seriousness. Just kidding, nobody truly wants to anger Erwin. That man is not as benevolent as he usually appears. Moblet is receiving him. We can go over now. So who is it? You can tell me now, right? Levi disliked this kind of mystery. Huh, Erwin hasn't told you yet. Hange draped her arm over Levi's shoulder. It's the commander of the Military Police Corps, Lord Ulysses Grant. It is a pleasure to meet you, Commander Ulysses Grant. Erwin stepped forward and shook hands with the commander of the military police in a friendly manner, while Moblet sensibly left the room. What's the matter, Li Wai? I've looked through your files before. Didn't you always want to join the military police corps? Why aren't you happy to see the commander? Hange curiously pressed down on the black-haired head that only reached her neck. Happy my ass. Levi couldn't help but give a dead fish stare. He had just broken the man's younger son's leg, and before the man could even come looking for him, he had delivered himself to their doorstep. He was being a bit too generous. Oh, right. This is Levi, Erwin introduced him to Ulysses. We have met before. The commander of the military police walked up to Levi. If I get taken away, it'll all be that bald Erwin's fault, Levi thought somewhat self-destructively. Ulysses suddenly bowed deeply to Levi. I have already received word from Erwin. I am very sorry, my two sons have caused you trouble. Levi. You mean to say that the Survey Corps has actually been secretly funded by Ulysses Grant all along? After listening to Erwin and Hange's chatter, Levi caught the main point. That is correct. The commander of the military police nodded. Our commander isn't as cowardly as his son thinks he is. Mr. Grant has long been dissatisfied with the government's actions. In a way, he's a partner to Erwin and me. Hange interjected. No, Roland was right, a look of pain appeared on Ulysses' face. In the beginning, I did want to turn a blind eye. I thought that as long as I closed my eyes, at least the Grant family could preserve its wealth and status. But a few years ago, when the first zombified gene warrior appeared, I realized that the Grant family's understanding of gene warriors was far from comprehensive. Forcibly altering human genes might have been successful at the time, but as time passes, immune cells develop a rejection response to the newly added base pairs, and the human body's genetic sequence collapses in an instant. Although the specific details are not yet fully understood, the end result is that artificial gene warriors have the potential to become the living dead. While such cases are currently rare and cannot be fully proven to be caused by artificial gene warriors, they do objectively exist. Erwin took over the conversation. Furthermore, based on Hange's research, zombified gene warriors seem to have the potential to spread the virus through saliva or blood, assimilating their own kind. Come and see for yourself, and you'll understand. Hange believed that seeing was believing. Excitedly, she grabbed Levi's hand and ran toward the laboratory. This is. Levi looked at the person locked in a giant glass room and was startled. No, this couldn't be considered a person. His body was withered and shriveled, emitting a foul stench. He was already a living corpse. Hange immediately became excited. She let go of Levi's hand and pressed her entire face against the glass. Hey Sunny Mama's precious treasure, how are you doing today? Why is it called Sunny again? Don't you have any other names to choose from? Before Levi could complain, the zombie called, Sunny, suddenly turned around and lunged at Hange, only to hit the glass door with a thud. Levi then noticed that half of its face was gone, with only a tiny bit of flesh still clinging to the bone. The zombie clawed and roared incessantly, blood flowing from its fingertips and leaving trail after trail of red marks on the glass. Haha, so scary Tilda Sunny. Hange laughed loudly and stroked its face through the glass, not looking frightened at all. No matter how many times I see this thing, I still find it revolting, sighed Ulysses Grant, who had followed them. This guy. Levi narrowed his eyes at the frenzied zombie. Some unknown chunks of meat were tangled in its red hair. It looks somewhat familiar. Hange, was this guy's face like this when you captured him? Yes. Hange rarely met someone who wasn't afraid upon seeing her precious treasure for the first time, and she felt her favorable impression of Levi increase. Unfortunately, zombies don't seem to feel pain, but they also lack regenerative abilities. Don't you think he's cute too? Not at all. Although Levi didn't find the thing terrifying due to his past life of slaying titans, cute was the last word he'd use. Where did you find him? This one seems to be a soldier who was supposed to be executed. Mr. Grant gave him to me. Hange turned to look at Ulysses Grant. He was a soldier training near the training corps. After being bitten, he showed symptoms of infection while being sent to the hospital for treatment. He should have been executed immediately, but I hid it from the government and gave him to Hange, Ulysses said. As expected, Levi confirmed his suspicion, it was that red-haired captain. I might know your sonny, Levi said to Hange. Really? Hange was attempting to electrify the glass room to test the zombie's tolerance for electricity. After discovering that Sonny continued to screech and howl without any sign of dying, she turned off the power. Levi briefly recounted what he had seen that day, but omitted Orlando's presence. It seems that was an infectious zombie. Hange jumped around Levi excitedly. They actually just shot it dead. What a waste of a precious specimen. I don't understand. Levi pushed Hange away in disgust. Why is it that even when things have gotten this serious, the higher-ups still refuse to stop? Humans are the most selfish of animals, Irwin answered Levi's question. They always feel that things are still under their control. As long as there's even a shred of hope, they won't give up the chance to dominate the world. Besides, there aren't many cases like this yet, Hange leaned in again. They always think it's just an accident and that shooting them in time is enough. But one day, everything they've done will make them pay the price. Nature will not spare those who forcibly tamper with its laws. If we cannot stop it in time, then the arrival of that day will be the end of humanity. Orlando strolled around the training ground with a blade of grass in his mouth, swaying as he walked. The troops had the afternoon off, and since Levi had gone to the library to study again, Orlando suddenly found himself with nothing to do. Sighed Tilda, Orlando flopped down abruptly, daydreaming as he stared at the sky. So boring. Can't life give me a little excitement? For example, a beautiful girl falling in love with me or something, hee hee. Orlando closed his eyes blissfully. The warm sunlight shone down, turning his vision into a cozy orange-red. Suddenly, his view went dark. Who is it? Orlando opened one eye impatiently, only to see a pure-looking girl staring at him curiously. Ah! Startled, Orlando bolted upright, his head slamming hard into the girl's face. How painful. The girl clutched her nose and slumped to the ground, her eyes instantly welling up with tears. Sorry. Realizing he had caused trouble, Orlando rushed forward to help the girl up. Why did you get so close to me all of a sudden? Didn't anyone tell you not to casually break a soldier's safety perimeter? I'm sorry, the girl apologized in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. I just saw you here alone and was afraid you'd catch a cold. How could anyone catch a cold on such a warm day? Orlando looked at the bright sun overhead, somewhat speechless. Why are you here? This is a training ground for soldiers, not a place for little girls to play. Orlando became suspicious of this girl who had appeared out of nowhere. I'm not here to play, the girl shook her head repeatedly. I came to see my brother. Oh, a family visit. Orlando felt he was being a bit too high-strung. Today was a public holiday. It wasn't strange to see many people taking the opportunity to visit their relatives, and a few unfamiliar faces were to be expected. It must be all Levi's fault, Orlando thought, making him turn all neurotic too. Go on then, Orlando checked the time. Any later and outsiders won't be allowed in. Thank you for the reminder, I've already finished seeing my brother. The girl smiled gently, instantly piercing Orlando's heart. She's so beautiful. Wait. Seeing the girl about to leave, Orlando called out to her, his face flushing red. Could this be the beauty heaven sent because he was too bored? He thought, feeling a bit lightheaded. My name is Orlando. What's your name? Me. The girl turned back, seemingly surprised at being called, though a flash of coldness flickered in the depths of her eyes. My name is Jessica. Saving the world. Sounds truly impressive. After listening to Hange's impassioned speech, Levi wasn't as enthusiastic as expected. No one can take violence away from humanity, right, Captain? Elena's voice echoed repeatedly in Levi's ears. He had to admit Elena was right. If one wanted to end war completely, it would likely only happen when there was only one person left in the world. To some extent, Levi was truly fed up. Don't you plan on joining, Levi? Erwin asked, sensing Levi's low mood. No, I'll join. Regardless, waiting around for death was not in Levi's nature. Pushed by fate, pushed by responsibility, Levi always managed to do the best he could. There's always a way. Yay. Hange rushed over excitedly, shoved their hands under Levi's armpits, and lifted him up like a kitten, turning him toward Sonny. See that, Sonny? This is Levi Tilda from now on, he's a member of the Survey Corps too. Sonny howled heart-wrenchingly at Levi, spraying blood, flesh, and mucus all over the glass in front of Levi. Levi, who hadn't struggled only because he was curious about what Hange wanted to do. Ouch, Levi, why did you hit me? Having been beaten soundly, Hange shrunk to the side piteously, but unfortunately, no kind soul was willing to speak up for them. People's hearts are truly cold, Hange thought. Her Sonny was still the cutest. Why don't you tell Roland about your secret financial support for the Survey Corps? Levi asked Ulysses while taking out a handkerchief to wipe the dust off his hands. I just didn't want him to get involved, Ulysses smiled helplessly. But it seems he's already jumped in on his own now. Find an opportunity to talk to him, Erwin advised. Yes, the child has grown up. Ulysses made a decision. When I get back, I'll have a good talk with Roland and Jessica. Moshi, I'm really sorry to disturb you, Hange said, struggling to pick up the pieces of their broken heart. But I'd suggest you don't mention this to Jessica for the time being, Tilda. Ulysses frowned, and just as he was about to retort, he was interrupted by Erwin. I know that as a father, you must love and believe in your child, but the news that Jessica plans to use gene warriors for a revolution isn't just groundless rumors. This is just a frame-up by others. As a father, Ulysses felt quite dissatisfied. No reactionary documents were found in Jessica's room. That sort of thing isn't difficult to manage if someone tips her off in advance. Erwin, however, did not intend to sympathize with a father's feelings. He was always impersonal when it came to critical issues. I will never let any uncertain factor affect the future of humanity. When are you sending me back? Levi spoke up, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere. Hange adjusted their glasses. Levi is already part of the Survey Corps, isn't he? Why go back? I'll have Moblet arrange a room for you to move into right away. My things are still at the training corps. Levi looked at Hange as if they were an idiot. Besides, I have to let Orlando know, or that guy will call the police. Alright then, we'll send you back after we eat. Although the Survey Corps was just established, there's a lot to do. You can officially start tomorrow. Erwin turned and instructed Hange, go call Mike and Nanaba over as well. You got it. Hange left happily. Then I won't get involved. Ulysses had also composed himself. I'll take care of things on the military police corps side, so don't worry. Levi thanked Ulysses and walked toward the dining hall with Erwin. Hange isn't like this with everyone, Erwin said out of the blue. I don't know why, but they seem to really like you. Ah, Levi replied. I know. Are you Levi? Nanaba had been interested ever since hearing Mike's introduction of him. She hadn't expected him to be even smaller than she'd imagined. Was he really as strong as Mike said? Hello, Levi greeted her. Levi and Nanaba weren't actually that close. His initial impression of this woman was simply that of a strong and reliable comrade. That was until one day, while chatting with Erwin, he offhandedly asked whose scent Mike found most pleasant. Mike had answered Nanaba, saying she had a fruity fragrance. Levi looked up at Nanaba, who appeared more dashing than the average man, and found it truly difficult to associate a sweet, fruity scent with this female warrior. Does Mike's nose malfunction when it comes to certain people? Has Ulysses left? Mike asked as he pulled out a chair. Yeah, he's gone, Erwin replied. Come on, everyone. From today on, Levi is one of us. No one is allowed to bully him. Hange gave the dinner a less than ideal start, but they didn't care, boldly grabbing the wine bottle in front of them and pouring it into Levi's cup. I don't like drinking. Levi pushed the full cup toward Erwin. Then what do you usually drink? Erwin frowned as he took a sip from the overflowing cup, intending to learn about his new subordinate's preferences. Black tea. It seems no one here drinks black tea, Erwin thought. Looks like I'll need to restock some tea leaves. Will Levi be joining Mike's squad too? Or Hange's? Nanaba was curious about who would have ownership of Levi. Levi won't be a member of anyone's squad, he'll lead his own. Erwin silently looked down and ordered some black tea leaves. Nanaba was somewhat shocked. The Survey Corps hadn't been established for long, and she was considered a veteran who had joined at the very beginning. As far as she knew, the Survey Corps' current officers, besides Erwin, were only Mike and Hange, both of whom were Erwin's longtime friends. Unlike his outward approachability, anyone who spent enough time with Erwin would realize he wasn't the type to compromise for others. Was this Levi really so powerful that he could break Erwin Smith's rules? And, this Levi was fitting in far too quickly. Nanaba watched as Levi naturally leaned his head over to look at Erwin's phone, while Erwin tilted the screen toward him, explaining he was just buying black tea and asking if this specific brand was okay. Erwin's phone contained a lot of classified information. Nanaba couldn't even imagine the consequences if anyone else looked at his phone like that. So, will Levi become a section commander? Nanaba continued to speculate. No. Hange grabbed a piece of meat and stuffed it into a bag, planning to bring it to Sunny later. Levi will serve as the squad leader and become our poster child. Right, Erwin. Captain. This familiar title made Levi's heart skip a beat. Yes. Erwin nodded. When he first founded the Survey Corps, Erwin felt his team lacked a sharp blade. Although Mike was strong, Erwin always felt it wasn't enough. He had always reserved a position for a squad leader. Erwin wasn't a conventional person, on the contrary, his thinking was extremely aggressive. He couldn't do it alone, he needed another powerful leader. True talent shouldn't be restrained. He had been waiting for someone who would allow him to operate outside the army's ranks with peace of mind, or even someone who could stand as his equal. It wasn't until this year, when Erwin hacked into the military police corps system without much hope, that he saw Levi. Formidable strength. Vast combat experience. A heart that sought to protect comrades. Erwin instantly decided that there could be no better choice for this squad leader than Levi. Honestly, Erwin, your favoritism is showing, Mike grumbled a bit, but he didn't question Erwin's choice. After all, he had already fought Levi, and Mike hadn't encountered a human stronger than himself in a long time. But we still believe in democracy. Raise your hand if you agree to Levi being the squad leader. Hange shouted while raising their hand high. Nanaba watched as Erwin and Mike raised their hands as a matter of course, then she raised hers as well. Hey, only Levi is left. What do you think, Levi? Hange looked at Levi excitedly. Under everyone's gaze, Levi slowly raised his hand. Survey Corps, assembly complete. Eren, there are swarms of zombies outside, and many people don't even have food to eat, yet we're hiding here for a dinner party. This doesn't seem right. Armin was a little angel after all. He muttered to himself for a long time, but he still couldn't get over his conscience. So what? Today is New Year's Day. Eren was born free. We didn't steal or rob these supplies, our Survey Corps saved them up ourselves. This. Mikasa. Armin scratched his head and turned to his other friend, seeking agreement. Eren, is washing vegetables tiring? Let me help you. Mikasa indicated that as long as Eren was happy, it was fine. Huh, I don't want that. You're not my mother or my sister, why do you always try to control me? Just as Eren finished blabbering, Jean grabbed him by the collar. How the hell can you talk to Mikasa like that, you fool Eren? Huh, what does this have to do with you? Horse face. How the hell does it not? I'm freaking jealous to death. My Mikasa. Huh, what's wrong with Jean? Although Eren didn't quite understand, he still caught a key point. What? You're Mikasa. Mikasa will never be yours, you fool. Marco and Reiner hurriedly stepped forward to separate the two, preventing the situation from worsening. Stop fighting. Sasha's eyes were spinning and she was drooling. Hurry up and cook, I'm starving to death. Sasha, you idiot. This meat is still raw, let go. I don't want to kill you yet. Connie pulled Sasha back in grief, preventing her from getting near the food. Ymir and I can help too, right Ymir? Historia gave Ymir a sweet smile, instantly dazing both Ymir and Reiner. Ymir, Reiner, so cute, I want to marry her. The food is almost ready. Who's going to call the captain and the others? Armin looked at the rice almost cooked and had to compromise. Honestly, because he was too weak, he didn't even get a chance to negotiate. No need to call, we're here. Hange made a grand entrance with a reluctant Levi tucked under her right arm, followed by Erwin, Mike, and Petra. Ah, everyone's here. Eren was happy. Of course we had to come. Everyone should be together on New Year's, and I'm willing to spend more time with my lovely subordinates. Erwin said solemnly. Are the vegetables washed clean? Levi's focus was indeed different. Of course they're clean. If that's not enough, how about I specially wash the captain's portion with soap for you to eat? Eren still liked the captain as much as ever. Levi, don't force me to kick you at such a happy moment. TCH, annoying brat. Oluo suddenly chimed in. Petra looked disgusted. Honestly, Oluo, are you trying to imitate the captain? Seriously, stop it, you don't sound like him at all. The food smells like it's burning. Mike sniffed the air. What a useful nose. Hange gave Mike a thumbs up. Come on, come on. Everyone, sit down and eat. Sasha, you can't use your chopsticks yet. Connie, go deal with this potato girl. While Eren was eating heartily, he glanced at Reiner. Reiner, sit down. Why are you standing? No thanks, it's better for digestion to eat standing up. Reiner inexplicably showed a conflicted and sad expression. Actually, sometimes I wonder why the world needs chairs. How great would it be if there were no chairs? Berthold looked at Reiner in horror. I'm afraid that won't work. Erwin pondered the feasibility for a moment. Levi isn't used to sleeping in a bed, he usually sleeps in a chair. Without chairs, he wouldn't be able to sleep. Do you know about Brownian motion, Reiner? Annie added a sharp remark. It's the repetitive motion of you standing up and sitting back down. Reiner looked even sadder. Can I pack some food for my Sonny and Bean? Hange said as she stuffed things into Moblet's bag. Squad leader Hange. Please don't do that. Moblet screamed in despair. Eren, eat more. Mikasa kept putting food on Eren's plate, as if she would be full as long as Eren was. Oh, hiding here for a party and not inviting us. The door opened again, and Peek walked in leading a group of people. Ms. Peek. Hange was completely excited and rushed up to hug her. Let me feel your body temperature. Peek gave Hange a punch with a giggle. How is my dear little brother doing? Has that shorty been bullying you? Zeke pushed up his glasses and suddenly saw Levi's dark gaze. Well, don't look at me like that, officer. What if I pee myself? Levi took a sip of black tea to suppress his desire to cut off Zeke's head. May every Ackerman in the world get to cut off the head of their beloved Jaeger. Amen. Who let you in? Eren was furious. This is a gathering for us Eldians. Guess who didn't get an invitation? Flock echoed. All of you from Marley are unwelcome. Go back to your little island. Losers. Eren instantly transformed into Chairman Eren, wishing he could activate the rumbling immediately. That's not fair. Gabby shouted. Why can Reiner be here? Shut up, Marley's sniper god. Cheaters get out. Don't talk about Gabby like that, Gabby is very cute. Falco wouldn't allow Gabby to suffer such grievances in the new year. I'd say you should be careful too, Falco. Eren had lost his mind. Reiner is right here. Do you know the mission of the Jaw? It's to die generation after generation to protect Reiner. Are you willing to brush my mother's teeth, Falco? Connie took out a giant toothbrush. Falco. Eren, calm down. Why don't we sit down and talk? Armin was persistent about negotiating. Sit down, talk Titan. Jean pulled Armin down. Armin, I'm the freaking colossal Titan. Believe it or not, I'll transform right now and blow you all away. Don't be like that, little brother. Why don't we all play catch together? Zeke tried to smooth things over. You're not much better, acting ape. Peek sat down with a giggle. Looking at the continuously darkening Eren, Levi played the role of a proper guardian and kicked Chairman Eren back into little Eren. There is no the rumbling in the new year, and humanity will not be wiped out. Everyone will be fine. How wonderful Tilda. By the way, does everyone have any wishes for the new year? Armin scratched his head. I'll go first. I still really want to see the ocean Tilda. Drive out every single zombie. Eren slapped the table and stood up excitedly. To always be with Eren. No chairs. Brush mom's teeth. Marry Historia. Understand the nature of zombies. Catch more Titans tilde. Everyone was talking at once, seemingly forgetting the zombie infestation, immersed in their fantasies for the new year. Levi hasn't said anything. What's your wish? Hange put her arm around Levi's shoulder. Is it to grow taller? Zeke shot a cold arrow from the side. Wishes should be something achievable. Armin added weakly for the sake of accuracy. Levi's face was covered in dark lines. Don't have such a sour face in the new year, Levi. Erwin reached out and pulled up the corners of Levi's mouth. Why don't you try saying something nice? Me. Eren the first to raise his hand. I haven't been treated gently by the captain yet. I'll go first. Levi actually didn't know what to say, but it wouldn't be good to spoil everyone's fun on New Year's. I hope you're happy every day. Then can the captain stop kicking me in the new year? Eren gave him puppy eyes. No. Levi was blunt and decisive. No kidding, no one felt better to kick than Eren. Wa tilde Mikasa. Eren burst into tears. Wa tilde 10 years. Levi said expressionlessly, but it successfully became a finishing blow. As expected of humanity's strongest. Please don't bully Eren. Mikasa accelerated the speed of putting food on Eren's plate until it was almost a blur. See that? That's how Ackerman power is used. Evaluation complete. The captain's nice words are very heartwarming. I won't forget them for the whole of next year. Next. Eren barely stopped crying. What about me? Levi. Zeke pointed to himself. Go die. Spoiling Zeke's fun counted as Levi's own fun. Haha, well said. Erwin gave his mindless support. Can I have Zeke's head when you cut it off? Mr. Levi, I also want to guard the head of my beloved Jaeger. Elena said eerily from the side. Zeke. Sure. Levi appeared very generous. When the time comes, you can play catch with Zeke's head. Zeke was furious. Aren't you afraid of retribution for talking like that on New Year's Day, you smelly shorty? If you shout at the captain one more time, I'll cut you. Petra was like a righteous judge, truly fair and impartial. Oluo followed up with a throat-slitting gesture but bit his tongue hard. Cheers. Cheers. To our new year. Hange raised her glass in celebration. Cheers. Sasha, you ate all the food. Levi looked at the rowdy crowd in front of him and silently made his true New Year's wish. He hoped that this time he could protect all of them until the end. Of course, whether Zeke lived or not was up to fate. Cheers. Levi raised his unique teacup. Happy New Year tilde. When Levi returned to the training corps, he saw Orlando holding his phone and grinning like an idiot. What are you smiling at? Levi leaned over to take a look, but before he could see anything, Orlando quickly covered the screen. Why are you back all of a sudden? Orlando stammered, his face flushing as his eyes darted around. What's going on? Although Levi looked to be in his 20s on the surface, he was actually an old soul who had lived for a long time. Sometimes, he really felt that a teenager's thoughts were harder to decipher than a titan's. Whatever, everyone has things they don't want others to know. Having no intention of prying, Levi went to pack his bags. Orlando didn't know why he was so embarrassed. Having been single since birth, this was the first time he'd asked for a girl's WeChat. When Levi leaned over just now, it made him feel as flustered as a pure-hearted high school girl caught in a secret crush. Speaking of which, Jessica really is beautiful, and she speaks so gently. Orlando's face turned red again. After finally getting his face to cool down, Orlando finally noticed that his dear roommate seemed to be packing. Why are you packing? Where are you going? Orlando asked, confused. You only just noticed. Never mind. I've joined the Survey Corps. I won't be living here starting tomorrow, Levi said while packing. Orlando was stunned. You're not joining the Military Police Corps. But before, you clearly. Sorry, Orlando, Levi interrupted him. I have my own reasons. Orlando was instantly crushed. Levi had his own secrets and didn't plan on telling him. This secret was clearly much bigger than his own romance. Speaking of which, the Survey Corps, what kind of organization is that? Did you find the friends you were looking for? Orlando asked despondently. He knew Levi had been searching for some people, and it was likely because of them that Levi had made this choice. Yes. Levi raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Orlando to be so observant. Well, Orlando thought, then he should be happy for Levi. But losing a friend was always depressing, and he wasn't sure if Levi would still be willing to contact him after going to that Survey Corps. I might be quite busy when I first get there, but I'll contact you once I have some free time, Levi said, breaking Orlando's melancholy. You'll contact me. Orlando had a blank look on his face. Why wouldn't I? Levi found it strange. Is it inconvenient for you? No, not at all. Orlando waved his hands repeatedly. It's convenient for me. Feeling much better after getting Levi's promise, Orlando felt he should probably help Levi pack. But considering Levi's germophobia, he would likely be disgusted by his help, so he decided against it. With nothing to do, Orlando opened his phone again and tapped on the pinned contact he had labeled, Angel. Me. So sad, my best friend is leaving tomorrow. Orlando waited for a moment, and the phone emitted a crisp notification sound. Angel. Is it that Mr. Levi you mentioned? Me. Yes. Angel. Didn't you say he wanted to join the military police corps? Did he give up? Me. He seems to have joined an organization called the Survey Corps. Orlando stared at the top of the screen. It kept showing that the other party was typing, but there was no follow-up for a long time. Suddenly, the notification sound rang again. Angel. Will you two still be in contact in the future? Typing for so long just to ask that. Orlando scratched his head in surprise. Me. Of course, we're best friends. Angel. I really envy your friendship, Tilda. Angel. I'm going to sleep. Good night, Mr. Orlando. Me. Good night. Orlando stared at those two good nights and smiled foolishly. On the other hand, Jessica stared at her phone screen, feeling somewhat annoyed. She had approached Orlando just to indirectly gather information about Levi, and yet within a single day, she was being told Levi was leaving. Unbelievable. The Survey Corps. Jessica tried hard to recall. It seemed to be a half-baked organization founded by someone named Erwin Smith, who was likely a former member of the military police corps. Why would Levi join such a bizarre organization? Jessica had considered many possibilities, including Levi choosing to assist Roland, but she never imagined the Survey Corps would suddenly enter the picture. What was Erwin Smith's stance, and could he be used for her own purposes? Jessica repeatedly tapped the tabletop with her fingernails. Go investigate the information on the Survey Corps, Jessica instructed a subordinate. Yes. Was there any point in keeping this guy around? Jessica hesitated with her finger over the delete friend button. Whatever, it's a fake account anyway. Maybe he'll be useful later. Jessica casually handed the phone to another guard. Manage this account well and chat with him occasionally, understood. The guard took the phone respectfully. Meanwhile, at the Survey Corps, Hange was having an intense discussion with Erwin about the members of Levi's squad. How about I lend my squad members to Levi first so he can get used to things? Hange looked at the recruit list, dissatisfied. Nifa is a good kid, Tilda, they'll definitely get along well. No. Erwin didn't agree with Hange's plan. Levi will eventually need his own members, it's better for him to adapt early. How about Eld and the others? Erwin suggested while looking at the recruits' transcripts. Eld, Petra, Gunther, and Oluo, the grades of these four were very prominent among the recruits. Well, Hange was a bit hesitant. Their transcripts are good, but is there a problem? Erwin asked. The four of them seem to have always been together. Although they don't have a captain, they already function very much like a squad. Hange voiced her concerns. Talented people always have strange tempers, especially that kid Oluo. I'm afraid he'll be exclusionary. Erwin had no intention of accepting Hange's suggestion. If he can't even handle this, then I'll have to doubt whether he's fit to serve as a captain. How harsh, Erwin. For some reason, Hange felt very annoyed hearing that and snapped back. Wait, she was actually getting angry at Erwin for the sake of a shorty she'd just met. I believe Levi will adapt. Erwin also felt he had spoken a bit too harshly and soothed Hange, but he didn't intend to back down. Contact them and tell them their superior will be reporting for duty tomorrow. Eld, you seem upset. What's wrong? Petra, who had been organizing her medical kit, couldn't help but worry after seeing her companion seem downcast ever since returning from taking a phone call. Ah, Eld responded. They've assigned us a commanding officer, said he'll be arriving today. A commanding officer. The sudden news made the three others, who had been busy, stop their work and immediately crowd around him. Where did this officer come from? Is it squad leader Hange? Gunther asked. If it were senior Hange, that would be fine, Eld said with a bitter smile. They say it's just a new recruit who performed exceptionally well in the recent national competition. He was suddenly appointed with the rank of captain. The three of them immediately erupted into an uproar. Huh, how the hell good can a new recruit be? Oluo thought it was utterly ridiculous. Everyone knows the true value of that lousy competition. Who the hell got that kid in? It's definitely someone you'd never expect, Eld teased mysteriously. The three couldn't be bothered with his antics and urged him to spill it quickly. It's Commander Irwin, Eld replied, slightly disappointed he couldn't keep them in suspense longer, but satisfied to see their jaws drop just as his had when he received the news. Irwin had, after all, been slightly swayed by Hange's words, though he wouldn't have softened at all if the subject weren't Levi. And his act of leniency manifested as him specifically emphasizing over the phone that Levi was his personal choice. This would surely make them more receptive to Levi, Irwin thought after hanging up, feeling he was being overly considerate. Unfortunately, this seemed to have the opposite effect. Holy shit, who is that guy to Commander Irwin? Could he be a relative? Oluo widened his eyes. I've never heard that the commander has any relatives of military age, Petra thought carefully. Could it be some higher up forcing him in? Has even someone as upright as Commander Irwin been corrupted by power? Gunther felt his whole world was crumbling. Hange's concerns were not without reason. Eld, Petra, Oluo, and Gunther had graduated from the same military academy and shared years of camaraderie and battle-tested synergy. They joined the Survey Corps entirely by chance after learning the secret of the Gene Warriors, enlisting fueled by sheer passion. Without deep-seated vendettas, the four fought purely for an ideal of dedicating themselves to humanity's future, their ambitions sky-high. How could they tolerate some inexplicable person appearing to boss them around? This is no different from him shitting on our heads. Oluo declared passionately. No, there's no need to put it so crudely, Gunther didn't agree with that phrasing. Maybe this officer is genuinely capable. Commander Irwin doesn't seem like a careless person, Petra, being the kind-hearted one, offered a more moderate view. You're just too naive, Petra, Oluo dismissed it scornfully. I bet this is some young master from a powerful family here for a gilded resume. I'm putting it out there. I absolutely, positively will not welcome that kid. Who's with me, who's against me? Oluo tried to stir up public indignation. Well, it's not great to act this way, but the commander's decision this time is indeed annoying. The usually steady Eld surprisingly didn't stop Oluo, and Gunther nodded in agreement. I'm not joining your protest, Petra felt this wasn't fair. If anything happens, you'll be responsible yourselves. Meanwhile, Levi, who was being intensely disliked, was completely unaware of what was happening, currently being held down by Hange in a chair for a checkup. Yes, he had agreed to let Hange examine him after all. My god, these are perfect readings. Your muscle density is truly astonishing. Hange flicked the data sheet. Her exclamations of praise hadn't stopped since she began examining Levi. By the way, Levi, is there anything special about your surname, Ackerman? It's quite rare tilde. Maybe, Levi replied dismissively. I'm not really sure either. Alright, she'd forgive Levi's dismissiveness since he was being so cooperative. Levi, you're about to face your first mission upon entering the Survey Corps. Aren't you happy? Aren't you excited? Hange leaned in abruptly, close to Levi's face, like a creep. Levi didn't flinch at all. TCH. How boring. Not getting the reaction she wanted, Hange deflated and retreated, tossing Levi a personnel list. Here, this is your squad member list. Any questions? Oluo Bozado. Petra Rawl. Eld Jin. Gunther Schultz. Levi looked seriously at the four names and shook his head. Good then, Hange was somewhat surprised by Levi's compliance. Then I'll briefly explain your first mission. Infiltrate the government's secret epidemic prevention and control center and steal a zombie. How about that? Simple, right tilde, Hange chirped happily. Levi. Irwin gave Levi an off-road vehicle. Fortunately, Levi had received training for off-road vehicles back in the training corps, so he didn't look like too much of a country bumpkin. Do you have your driver's license? Irwin asked. No. Levi actually did have one. The original owner of this body had obtained a license before joining the army, but Levi himself didn't know that. Irwin simply assumed Levi hadn't brought it with him, so he spoke to Mike and had him issue a new one for Levi. Hey. The wicked ruling class. Levi took the license, climbed into the car, and prepared to go find his members, without even saying a word of thanks to Irwin. Irwin. Why did he act like it was so natural, and yet I can't find it in myself to get angry at all. Wait a second, Levi. Hange hurriedly used a leg to block the door Levi was trying to close, leaning half their body in to shove an earphone into Levi's ear and place a pair of sunglasses on his face. What is this? Levi looked at Hange searchingly. Hange took a laptop from Moblet's hands and pressed a button in the middle. An image appeared on the screen. Levi looked and saw that the image was of another laptop. Levi. Don't look at the computer yet, look at me. Hange straightened Levi's face to look at them. As Levi's head turned, Hange's face successfully appeared on the laptop screen. This way I can synchronize with your view, and I can also talk to you through this earphone, and hear your voice too. Hange said, testing, into the laptop's microphone. A sharp static sound immediately transmitted into Levi's ear, piercing him so badly he almost threw the earphone away. Squad leader Hange. You didn't adjust the volume. Moblet shouted in despair. Sorry, Tilda. Hange looked down and frantically pressed the volume down key, but only heard the sound of the off-road vehicle starting, getting a mouthful of exhaust fumes. How rude, Levi Tilda, Hange yelled into the microphone. Levi, who was driving, had to violate safe driving rules by freeing a hand to temporarily turn off the earphone signal. Hange, I'm leaving Levi in your charge. That's rare. Don't you want to see Levi's performance on his first mission? Hange asked, feeling a bit strange. Just record the screen. Erwin rubbed his temples helplessly. Someone invited me for tea this afternoon. Who? The eldest daughter of the Grant family, Jessica. Petra and the others had long been waiting at the assembly point, waiting for the arrival of that cheap superior. I'm definitely not calling him captain later. Whoever wants to call him that can, but I won't. Oluo was still throwing a tantrum, unable to swallow his pride. Stop it. It looks like he's here. Petra cried out, and the four of them immediately lined up in a row, standing in a standard military posture. This soldier's instinct, Oluo thought resentfully. Hey! Levi rolled down the car window. Stop with the formalities. Get in. He looks so young. That was everyone's first reaction. Yes, Captain. Petra was the first to react, taking the lead to sit in the back row. Gunther and Eld followed closely behind, quite immorally leaving the front passenger seat for Oluo. These guys have no class. Oluo secretly gave them the middle finger in his mind and climbed into the passenger seat. Why is he still wearing sunglasses? So flashy. Oluo didn't dare to stare directly at Levi's face, observing him secretly through the mirror. I can't yield to the tyranny of power. Just as Oluo opened his mouth to speak, Levi suddenly started the car. The jolt caused Oluo to bite his own tongue, spraying a mouthful of blood. Oluo, why are you talking at a time like this? Petra said helplessly. Oluo didn't want to either. He wretchedly stuck out his tongue, cupping it with his hands and carefully fanning the wound, only to hear a soft chuckle from Levi beside him. Is he mocking me? Oluo glared. What's so? The car went over a steep slope and jolted violently again. Oluo bit his tongue once more, and this time, blood even splattered out. Don't go killing yourself. Levi actually laughed this time, then eased up on the gas pedal slightly, reducing the car's speed. Oluo couldn't say anything more, huddling dejectedly in his seat. It seems you didn't have a superior before. Who was the center of your team? Actually, Levi could guess, but he still had to go through the motions. Me. Eld raised his hand. Alright, then the overall command is handed to me, with you as second in command. My word is the primary standard. Levi was not at all polite. Everyone was instantly shocked. They didn't expect this youth to be so arrogant. Who is he trying to impress? Oluo would rather endure the sharp pain in his tongue to complain. Why should we listen to you right from the start? Who do you think you are? Didn't Erwin tell you that I'm your new superior? Levi expressed his genuine question, but in everyone's ears, it sounded like a provocation. With all due respect, we don't know you yet. Eld tried to make himself sound as polite as possible. No one would feel comfortable with a superior suddenly appearing out of nowhere. Oh, this was a situation Levi hadn't encountered in his previous life. In his previous life, Levi became famous after his first expedition beyond the walls. The status of humanity's strongest was a pass everywhere. No one had ever questioned his lack of qualifications. This matter was actually quite novel. After all, in his previous life, these guys could be said to have followed his every word. If he weren't in a rush to do the mission, Levi might have taken this opportunity to tease his former subordinates. Unfortunately, a mission is not a game. From now on, all four of you will carve obedience to your superior into your bones. In my squad, I am the absolute rule, Levi said coldly. If there's any dissatisfaction, I've always believed that pain is the best discipline. Silence fell inside the car. Except for Levi, everyone felt a surge of suppressed anger. Petra, repeat the mission details. Levi seemed unable to read the atmosphere, carrying his assertiveness through to the end. Yes. According to reliable sources, a new case of zombification of an artificial gene warrior has appeared in the southern training area. Fortunately, the zombified soldier was brought under control in time. Petra opened the laptop for analysis. A small red dot was moving rapidly on the map, and the longitude and latitude numbers in the top right corner of the screen were constantly changing. Calculating at this speed, the vehicle is expected to arrive at the government's secret laboratory in an hour and a half. The possibility of stealing a zombie directly from the laboratory is too small. We need to split into two groups. One group will infiltrate the laboratory in advance. It would be best if they can find any experimental data. The other group will wait outside the base. The moment the armored vehicle arrives, the people in the laboratory need to cause a commotion to attract the guards' attention. At that time, those waiting outside will need to take out the remaining guards and drive away with the armored vehicle. Levi was actually hearing the complete operational plan for the first time now. To save time, Hange had told him to just ask his own team members. This is the plan Irwin made. It's quite impractical, Levi remarked sarcastically. Do you think this plan won't succeed? Petra frowned. Not necessarily. As long as it's that guy's command, I've never messed it up. I've done things even more impractical than this. Levi turned the earphone's signal back on. The laboratory was hidden deep within a forest in the remote wilderness. Driving any further would be too conspicuous, so Levi simply parked the car halfway. I really don't like forests, they always feel so eerie. After getting out of the car, Petra felt an inexplicable chill and rubbed her arms. The other three felt the same way, but it would be too undignified for grown men to say so. Levi glanced at Petra without making any comment and handed a pair of gloves to Oluo. Oluo took the gloves in a daze. You're coming into the lab with me. Wear the gloves so you don't leave any fingerprints. The three of you wait here. Petra, can you connect to my headset? Levi took off his headset and handed it to Petra. Hange told Petra the signal source through the headset, and Petra successfully connected. Eld, you're in charge here. If anything unusual happens, just speak directly into the microphone. Levi quickly assigned the tasks and turned to walk toward the laboratory. Levi acted with such crisp decisiveness that the others couldn't react for a moment. Yes, Captain. Eld hurriedly agreed, while Oluo chased after Levi while putting on his gloves. Levi, the lab is heavily guarded. You can't get in through the main gate, you. Holy crap. Hange was muttering in the headset when she suddenly let out a sharp, explosive cry. What's wrong? Petra asked through the headset. Unfortunately, no one could answer her right now. Oluo was utterly shocked by the scene before him. The laboratory, which should have been heavily guarded, showed no signs of life. The severed limbs and broken arms scattered everywhere seemed to show just how tragic a battle had taken place here moments ago. Several zombies were crawling on the ground, fighting over the ownership of a corpse. These living dead, driven purely by the instinctive desire for blood and flesh, lunged angrily at one another. Meanwhile, the neglected corpse was rotting and shriveling at a speed visible to the naked eye. The entire body struggled and convulsed, and the places where it had been bitten revealed stark white bone. The corpse slowly crawled up, turning its head toward Oluo as if sensing him. It roared while struggling to run toward him. What the hell is going on? Oluo felt his blood turn to ice, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The zombies were much faster than imagined. They retained the physical enhancements of the original Gene Warriors, and in the blink of an eye, they lunged at Orlando with their mouths wide open. Bang! The zombie mid-jump had its head blown off by a shot, rolling to the side with the force of the impact. Captain. Oluo snapped back to his senses, drawing his handgun to fire at the zombies attracted by the sound. What's going on, Hange? Levi pulled Oluo back and kicked away a zombie with only its upper torso that was trying to ambush them from the side, while questioning Hange. Ah! Petra's scream came through the headset, followed by the sound of a gunshot. Petra. Hey! Answer me. Levi's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately made a judgment on the current situation. Retreat. Levi kicked Oluo to signal him to run, while he turned back to shoot a few more zombies to cover their rear. Captain, I'm fine. Petra hurriedly reported her safety from the other end. She was currently being shielded by Gunther and Eld, with a downed zombie lying on the ground not far from her feet. Get back to the car. Eld shouted at Petra and the others while holding his gun. Gunther scrambled into the driver's seat. Hurry, we have to go pick up the captain and the others. Petra clutched her laptop, consumed with anxiety. Meanwhile, Hange was also in a state of utter chaos. The moment she realized something was wrong, Hange hacked into the laboratory's surveillance, only to find that the zombies that were supposed to be kept in glass enclosures had somehow all escaped. And those researchers in lab coats had all turned into zombies wearing lab coats. If all these zombies escaped, the consequences would be unthinkable. Hange hurriedly exited the surveillance and frantically called Ulysses. Hello. Good, my foot. I'm not good. The system of the government's secret zombie research lab has crashed, and all the zombies have escaped. Contact the government immediately to lock down that area. The commander of the military police, after being barked at, immediately realized the gravity of the situation and urgently contacted his superiors to activate the containment alarms for that region. A continuous, piercing alarm immediately rang out over the entire area. What's the situation? Hange, talk to me. By now, Levi had emptied his handgun. He picked up a piece of rebar from the ground and with a squelch, shoved it through the wide-open mouth of a zombie, skewering it. Captain Oluo, get in. Petra, in the back seat, hurriedly pulled open the car door. From the passenger seat, Eld fired 2 shots at the zombies relentlessly chasing Oluo. Oluo scrambled into the car and leaned out to help Levi. Levi leapt and slid into the car. Once Oluo caught him, Petra hurriedly slammed the door shut. A zombie slammed into the door with a thud, leaving a streak of blood. Drive right through them, Levi said to Gunther after jumping out of Oluo's arms, looking at the zombies blocking the path ahead. Yes. Gunther floored the accelerator. Levi, I don't know what happened, but all the zombies in the lab have escaped. The mission is urgently cancelled. You guys need to drive south immediately. The government will be imposing a total lockdown on this area shortly. Hange, finally done with her tasks, hurried to switch back to Levi's perspective and breathed a heavy sigh of relief upon seeing he was okay. If these zombies get out, it's game over. Levi said as he pulled the gun from Gunther's waistband, leaned out the window, and began shooting at the zombies chasing the car. I know that. That's why I contacted Ulysses. Hange opened the satellite monitoring and saw the military surrounding the area. They were fast enough, the zombies shouldn't have had time to escape this perimeter yet. It seemed the government's choice to build the lab in a no-man's land was wise after all. Senior Hange, please give us an identity immediately. Otherwise, we'll definitely be identified as suspicious elements and executed on the spot. Ulysses was the one who sounded the alarm, so we'll have to pin this on him for now. They'll think you're the commander of the military police's people. We'll deal with everything else later, Hange said through the headset. Stop the vehicle. Do not proceed further. The military shouted at the car through a megaphone, but then they unexpectedly saw the horde of zombies chasing after it. What is going on? What are you looking at? Fire. Levi snapped at the military unit frozen in place, his anger flaring. The commander snapped out of it and hurriedly ordered the army to open fire. Under the suppression of absolute firepower, the zombies' heads were blown off one by one. Levi was the first to jump off the vehicle, and the remaining 4 followed closely behind. Who are you people? The commander asked warily, aiming his gun at Petra, the only one holding a laptop. Levi stepped forward and pulled Petra behind him. We're with the commander of the military police. The commander of the military police. He never meddles in artificial gene warrior affairs. Speak. Why have all the zombies in the lab escaped? Levi, tell him if he has any problems, call Ulysses. Dealing with the escaped zombies is the priority right now. Hange shrieked through the screen, seeing the gun pointed at Levi, wishing she could jump into the computer and blow the commander's head off. What the hell time is it? This fool commander is still only worried about this and that. If the zombies get out, humanity is finished. If you have any problems, please call Ulysses. Dealing with the escaped zombies is the priority right now, Levi repeated obediently. The commander frowned, appearing hesitant, but eventually lowered his gun. Fine, kid. It seems you're the leader of this group. Yes, Levi admitted calmly. I'll confirm with the commander later if your words are true. For now, we indeed have more pressing matters to resolve. The commander pointed behind them. Levi turned back and saw that the zombies chasing them had been almost entirely wiped out. We need to conduct a thorough search of this area, including the interior of the lab. We cannot allow even a single zombie to escape. Since you're the commander's people, you must shoulder the responsibility of soldiers. The commander tossed several guns to the 4 of them, excluding Petra. These are guns that fire electric nets. Why not give us weapons for direct attack? Eld asked in surprise after checking the weapon. Most of the zombies were gathered here and cleared because of you. There won't be many left, and the higher-ups want them captured alive, the commander replied. Are you crazy? At a time like this, you're still thinking about your fool research. Oluo found it absolutely absurd. Shut up, kid. The commander was fuming. Do you think the local military doesn't need to take responsibility for such a major incident in the lab? If we don't make some amends, we're all going to be in deep trouble. Why didn't you give Petra a gun? Levi asked with a frown. Who? That little broad. The commander pointed contemptuously at Petra. What combat capability could she have? She'd just be a burden. She stays as our hostage. The way Petra was belittled made the others quite angry, but fortunately, Petra herself didn't mind much. It's fine, Captain. I'll just stay here, Petra soothed in a low voice. Levi didn't intend to start another verbal dispute, at least Petra was safe here. What happens after we net the zombies? What do we do? Don't worry about that. After you clear the zombies, our researchers will restart the lab system, and we'll put the zombies back inside. Screw him, he's actually confident in that fool system of theirs, Hange grumbled on the other end of the earpiece. You don't plan to help at all? Gunther questioned. Not at all. We will deploy 20 elite squads to search with you, our military doesn't joke about such things. The rest will remain responsible for the containment, ensuring no zombies escape. Li Wai. Quickly ask him to let your squad clear the lab. Hange was incredibly excited. Can we choose to clear the lab? I imagine there might be more zombies there, Levi said, following Hange's suggestion. Sure, the commander agreed readily. Squad 1, Squad 2, Squad 3, follow him. Report any abnormalities to me. He's such a prick. Hange scratched her head in frustration. Levi knew exactly what Hange was thinking, she wanted to see if there was any residual experimental data. However, with people monitoring them, she could forget about it. Levi climbed onto his vehicle and gestured for the other three to follow. The military also began preparing vehicles to head deep into the forest. If you see any zombies on the way, just net them, Levi ordered the three. Yes, sir. After the series of events, everyone's attitude toward Levi had undergone a 180-degree turn. They felt Levi had become a towering figure, basically, whatever he said went. Especially Oluo. In a short span of time, he had been saved by Levi several times. If the situation allowed, he would have knelt down and called Levi, Daddy. As expected, only raw strength can make a man submit. The commander was right. Most of the zombies had been rounded up and wiped out in a one-wave sweep by Levi's group. The few zombies they encountered along the way were mostly researchers who had been infected later, with missing limbs. The lab doors were wide open, so Levi simply drove straight in. A few lingering, homebody zombies screeched at them. Just as they were about to pounce, Levi netted them to the ground with a single shot. The glass enclosures weren't broken, they were intact, meaning all the enclosures had been opened. Was it really a system failure, or? Take your people to the second floor. We'll handle the first floor, the Squad 1 captain said to Levi. Levi gestured, and Oluo, eager to prove himself, was the first to rush upstairs. Hey, don't get ahead of me. Seeing a zombie hidden around the corner, Levi instantly pushed his body to its limit. After a sudden burst forward, he grabbed Oluo by the back of his collar and yanked him back to Eld, who had also noticed the danger. The zombie roared and swiped a claw. Levi hurriedly ducked, barely dodging it, but his sunglasses were sent flying. Hange's screen suddenly plunged into darkness. Captain. Gunther reacted quickly, pulling the trigger to net the zombie. The electrocuted zombie visibly slowed down, struggling fruitlessly within the net. Oluo, if you ignore orders again, you're on your own. Levi wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his eye where the lens had scratched him, turning to scold the shaken Oluo. Levi, are you okay? You weren't scratched, were you? Hange's heart nearly stopped after seeing the claw swipe before the screen went black. She still couldn't confirm the method of infection. If a scratch could cause infection, Hange would go blow up the military police corps right now, she wasn't kidding. I'm fine, Levi said, netting another zombie that tried to pounce. I wasn't scratched. I'm so sorry, Captain, Oluo said, filled with regret. Because of his personal feelings, his commander had been put in danger multiple times. This was truly a failure on his part. If you're really sorry, then help out. Hange could no longer synchronize their vision. Levi didn't know what use any information would be now, which made him extremely irritable. Captain, watch your back. Eld warned loudly. Levi didn't even look back. He propped himself up on a table and rolled sideways into the control console, while the snarling zombie behind him was caught in a net fired by Oluo. Documents scattered all over the floor. Levi felt a headache coming on just looking at the endless strings of data. Suddenly, Levi spotted a name under the list of researchers on one of the reports. Grisha Jaeger. The name looked familiar, but Levi couldn't quite place who he was. But, Jaeger, the image of a green-eyed boy surfaced in Levi's mind. It was truly a surname that evoked many emotions. He had a bellyful of complaints to air out with that shitty brat. As if possessed, Levi quietly tucked the report into his sleeve. During this time, seeing their superior in danger several times seemed to have unlocked the team's potential. They quickly bundled up all the zombies on the second floor. Captain, are you alright? Oluo ran over worriedly to help Levi up from the console. Yeah, I'm fine, Levi said, leaning close to Oluo as he stood up, slipping the paper from his sleeve into Oluo's inner clothing. Captain. Oluo started to question him but immediately fell silent upon seeing Levi's warning glare. Never mind, the captain must have his reasons for doing this. Oluo was back to mindlessly worshipping Levi, just like in his previous life. Is it settled up there? The Squad 1 captain shouted from downstairs. Yeah, it's done. Levi acted as if nothing had happened and led the three of them downstairs. The other teams should be finishing up their cleanup too. We can head back. The Squad 1 captain pulled Levi over and performed a brief pat down. You didn't take anything strange, did you? No. Levi raised his hands, letting him search openly. The leader had seen how the group performed. Aside from Levi, there didn't seem to be anyone else worth special attention. They shouldn't have had any energy left to steal anything anyway. Surrounded by the howling of zombies and the stench of rotting corpses, the soldier wasn't in high spirits. He glanced at the remaining three, gave their pockets a quick pat, and let them go. This is first squad, everything is normal. Hearing the soldier speak into his walkie-talkie, Oluo's admiration for Levi reached a new level. As expected of the captain. On the other side, the commander, who was still strictly controlling the situation, received a phone call, and a very subtle expression appeared on his face. Petra was curious about what he heard, but she couldn't very well lean over and eavesdrop. Her headphones and laptop had been confiscated for inspection at the start, but fortunately, Petra was clever enough to have disconnected the headphones and adjusted the laptop settings while in the car. They wouldn't be able to find anything. However, the result was that Petra knew nothing of Levi's whereabouts and could only wait here in a state of anxiety. Actually, Petra had initially doubted whether Levi was capable of being their superior, but now her mind was filled with the image of the captain shielding her when she was held at gunpoint. It felt as though everything would be fine as long as he was there. The thought gave Petra goosebumps and made her face turn bright red. Ah, the captain and the others are back. Petra waved frantically when she saw the familiar car. The commander and the Squad 1 captain exchanged information. After confirming that Levi hadn't done anything out of line, they began checking group by group to see if all the zombies were under control. Upon receiving confirmation, the commander ordered a group of fully armed special forces and researchers into the forest to begin locking the zombies back in the laboratory. Can we leave now? Levi asked. You can. The commander returned the laptop and headphones to Petra, and the young girl happily prepared to run to the car. Wait, I'm not finished, the commander added slowly. They can leave, but you have to come with me, Mr. Levi. Why? Petra was the first to object. Because another important figure just called me, saying you were sent by him. But that person isn't the commander-in-chief you mentioned earlier. Levi frowned. Who is it? Mr. Roland Grant. The commander smiled indifferently, looking like he enjoyed watching the drama unfold. The relationship between this father and son is seen as quite unusual by the outside world. I'm curious, whose man are you, Mr. Levi? Whose man? I am. I'm from the Survey Corps. Levi was nearly fuming at this sudden turn of events. Even Hange found this development unbelievable. What is this? What is Ulysses doing? Where did his son pop up from? Hange immediately called Ulysses Grant, but the phone remained off. Hange decisively called Irwin, but that line wouldn't go through either. Hange. Hearing Hange's reaction, Levi knew he had no choice but to go with them, otherwise his subordinates probably wouldn't be able to escape either. Petra, you drive. Levi reached out and patted the shoulder of the girl, who was on the verge of tears, to comfort her. Hange will find a way. Levi was telling a huge lie. Hange had no plan at all right now. Unable to accept Levi being taken away right under their nose, Hange kicked aside a chair and stormed out. Mike, I'll be downstairs at your place in 10 minutes. You're coming with me right now. Hange made a frantic call to Mike. Today was supposed to be Mike's day off. He was comfortably enjoying lunch with Nanaba and found Hange's frantic behavior a bit hard to handle. What's the rush? Mike took a bite of meat fed to him by Nanaba, but Hange's next words sent his heart sinking to the bottom. Levi was taken by the government people. We're going to the military police court to snatch him back. Meanwhile, the 4 people sitting in the car were all caught in a strange sense of self-reproach, even though this matter essentially had nothing to do with them. The captain will be okay, right? Oluo punched the car window hard. Being anxious won't help now. We have to trust Senior Hange. As the current center of the team, Eld had to speak up to comfort them. Petra didn't really feel like talking and drove in silence, but then she suddenly thought of something. Gunther, open my laptop, disable my protection system, and restart the monitoring program. See where that car I was tracking earlier has gone. Only then did everyone remember the truck transporting zombies that was supposed to be essential to their mission. An hour and a half had clearly passed now. How was there no news at all? Gunther opened the monitoring program but suddenly froze in place. Why had that red dot disappeared? Levi was even blindfolded when he was taken away. After many twists and turns, being led up and down, and pushed and shoved, he was brought into a room. You can take off the blindfold now. Light returned to Levi's vision. Before him was a massive conference table, with several figures who looked quite important in their formal attire sitting around it. Ulysses and Roland. Levi saw the 2 sitting on the left and rolled his eyes hard. You can't keep that earpiece in your ear, young man. A man sitting on the right side of the conference table pointed at Levi's ear. Exclamation mark. Both Levi and Hange felt a shock in their hearts at the same time. The guard beside him immediately tried to remove Levi's earpiece. If they take it, won't they be able to trace the signal back to Hange? Levi made a split-second decision, ripped off the earpiece, threw it on the ground, and stomped on it hard. When he lifted his foot, the expensive earpiece had been smashed to pieces. Whoa tilde, what a fierce young man. All the nobles present were somewhat stunned by Levi's savage behavior. Commander Pixis, this. The guard, who hadn't reacted at all, felt a bit embarrassed. Levi, my signal is cut. Hange cursed and jerked the steering wheel, overtaking the car in front. Mike gripped the handle tightly, feeling the indescribable push against his back, once again updating his view on how important Levi was to Hange. Pixis. That old man is here too. Levi suddenly looked up at the person who had just spoken and asked him to remove his earpiece, and sure enough, he saw that familiar bald commander. Ah, young man, do you know this old man? Pixis felt a bit unnerved by Levi's stare. Shit, people in this world don't have memories of the Titans. Even if Pixis is here, so what? He won't necessarily be on my side. Not to mention, that old man just cut off my only chance of contact with the outside world. Calm down, Mr. Levi. We don't intend to make things difficult for you, we just want to understand a few things. The high-ranking official sitting in the center seat finally deigned to speak. What's there to understand? Roland cut in. I told you, I was the one who sent Levi there. Question mark. What's the situation? Levi watched as Roland sat with his legs crossed like a playboy and spread his hands. I just wanted to know what my father has been hiding from me lately, so I sent Levi to scout it out. I know nothing about why your zombie escaped. Ulysses, looking like a pained old father, pointed at Roland and yelled, How have I taught you? Don't meddle in your elder's business. Focus on your finance studies. After a satisfying scolding, Ulysses turned back and bowed deeply to the high official. It is my failure to discipline my son, but please believe me, he would certainly not do anything to threaten humanity. Levi suddenly realized where this strange sense of dissonance was coming from. Ulysses and Roland Grant were acting. They wanted to simplify the matter into a father-son conflict, letting Levi and the Survey Corps fade out of the focus of the controversy. Meanwhile, Hange received a phone call. Hey, Hange, are you going to pick up the phone? Mike pulled out Hange's constantly ringing phone. Her ringtone was the roar of a zombie. See who it is. If it's not Erwin calling back, hang up. Hange was in no mood to deal with anything else right now. It's Petra. Mike didn't hang up. Hange was startled. Answer it. The call connected. Hey, Petra, I'm currently preparing to pick up Levi and go home. If there's nothing. Senior Hange. Petra's voice on the other end was trembling. The truck transporting the zombie we were monitoring is gone. What? Hange and Mike immediately realized the severity of the situation. The zombie was gone. If a zombie outside of government control were to run into a crowd of ordinary people, it would cause an explosive outbreak of infection. This was absolutely no joke. Are you sure, Petra? Mike asked. Yes, I hacked into the local military system and found they've already secretly launched a search. Something must have happened. How strange. Hange frowned. A zombie driven purely by the desire for blood and flesh should have started a massacre the moment it saw people. Why would there be a situation where it couldn't be found? Unless. Hange broke into a cold sweat at her own thought. Unless that zombie deliberately blended into the crowd to disguise itself, that it was a rational, intelligent zombie. No, that might not be it. Hange argued with herself internally. Maybe the zombie just hadn't encountered any humans yet. Petra, can you locate the place where the signal last existed? Send me the location. Although she was worried about Levi's safety, right now. Hange gritted her teeth hard. She couldn't just ignore something like this. The address sent by Petra popped up on the phone. Are we not going to worry about Levi? Mike asked cautiously, looking at Hange, who seemed very irritable. I want to worry about him too. But how can I right now? Hange was lashing out at everyone. Suddenly, Hange's phone rang again. Who the hell is it? Hello. Hange took the phone and shouted into it. Erwin Smith, who had finally finished a not-so-pleasant back and forth with Jessica, saw over a dozen missed calls when he turned on his phone. He was a bit dazed when he called back only to be yelled at by his subordinate. It's me. Did something happen? Erwin. Great, you finally called back. Hearing Erwin's voice, Hange suddenly felt she had someone to lean on, and tears almost fell. A lot has happened, and I can't explain it in detail right now. You just need to know that Levi was taken by government people. You have to bring him back safely. Hearing this news, Erwin was even more stunned, but a leader's greatest ability is to calm down immediately and find the heart of the matter. How do we know where Levi is? Erwin's voice turned cold. Call Ulysses, he'll know. But I reckon he should be at the government center. Okay. Erwin hung up the phone directly. Alright, the situation with Levi is settled. Hange turned to Mike and said, next, we have more troublesome things to deal with. Although there's no evidence, Mike, I suspect this might be the first intelligent zombie. The high-ranking official sitting in the center seat didn't offer much comment on the matter, merely staring unblinkingly at Levi. Now Tilda father-son conflicts are heartwarming, but let's not argue about it here. Pixis shot Levi a look. How about you take a seat first, young man? There's no seat left for me. Levi looked at the fully occupied seats. Are you expecting me to sit on your lap? Your name is Levi, correct? The high-ranking official asked. Yes. I recall you initially wanted to join the military police corps, didn't you? Why didn't you attend the third exam? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze converged on Levi. Levi. Sometimes being too capable is a problem. The cost of being overly conspicuous is that any move you make gets noticed. I was the one who had Levi participate in the competition, just to put my worthless little brother in his place. Roland spoke up again to get Levi off the hook. Levi is one of my people. Naturally, I wouldn't let him join the military police corps. I wasn't aware the young master of the Grant family had such a capable person by his side, the officer said with an unclear meaning. Levi and I only met in the last couple of years. Roland wore an expression that said, that's just how it is, what are you going to do about it? Thoroughly embodying the image of a vicious and unruly young master. Ulysses reprimanded Roland a couple of times and once again expressed his apologies. Well, let it be. The high-ranking official didn't seem inclined to pursue the matter too much. The report from below says the reason for the zombie's escape was a system malfunction. It probably shouldn't be blamed on you. Levi, what's your take on this matter? Why do you think something like this happened? What opinion could I possibly have? My opinion is that you pigs shouldn't have conducted these artificial gene warrior experiments in the first place, creating these monstrous abominations that are neither human nor ghost. Levi raised an eyebrow and was just about to deliver a few lines of his classic crude commentary when Commander Pixis cut him off. While I hate to interrupt everyone, my subordinate just informed me of some rather unfortunate news. The truck transporting the zombie has had an incident. All the soldiers are dead, none survived. The fortunate ones among those soldiers are simply dead, they haven't undergone zombification. The unfortunate part is that the zombie being transported is missing. The last place the signal disappeared is right here. Hange looked at the cordoned off area not far away, which clearly indicated something had happened. Yes. Petra nodded, pulling out her laptop and turning it towards Hange. This is the real-time report on the government's current investigation progress. The information we have so far is 1. The vehicle wasn't attacked from the outside, it was assaulted from within. It's basically confirmed that the zombie killed the personnel from inside and escaped. Truly incredible combat capability. Mike smelled the increasingly thick scent of death in the air. This was not a good sign. Yes. 2. The government dispatched personnel for a search immediately after the armored vehicle was damaged, but nothing has been found yet. Personally, I suspect. Petra hesitated, unsure if she should say it. You suspect this zombie has intelligence, don't you? Hange took over, shrugging as she saw Petra's shocked expression. What a shame, I think so too. Can you pull up the information on the zombie that was being transported, Petra? Hange now planned to look for clues from the zombie itself. It's already prepared. Petra directly opened the prepared page from the backend. Ah, thank you. What a wonderful girl. Hange couldn't help but marvel. Not only highly professional but also so considerate. Senior Hange. Petra, watching Hange, who had started studying the materials, hesitated for a moment before finally making up her mind to ask, will the captain be alright? He'll be fine. Erwin went to pick him up. Actually, Hange herself wasn't entirely sure, but now wasn't the time to add to the worries. These materials, there's nothing particularly problematic about them. Hange fell into thought, staring at the photo of a girl with short white hair and a pale face. A dead end. Oh, right, Senior Hange. Oluo, who hadn't had a chance to speak up until now, suddenly remembered the paper the captain had stuffed into his hands earlier. He pulled it out from his clothes and handed it to Hange. This is some information the captain took from the lab earlier. I was wondering if it might be useful. To be able to steal documents in that situation. I guess that's Levi for you. Hange took the materials. Grisha Jaeger. This is information on the original researcher of the Artificial Gene Warrior project. Hange used Petra's computer to search in the personnel database. Jaeger. Found it. Hange's eyes lit up as she quickly clicked open the detailed information. Grisha Jaeger, original researcher of the Artificial Gene Warrior project, accidentally disclosed experimental details to his wife Carla, faced strong opposition from her. During an argument, an experimental malfunction occurred, and both died in an accidental explosion. Hange scrolled the information down to the relative section. Son Eren Jaeger, attends Eldian Military Academy. That school doesn't seem far from here, Mike commented. It's a very interesting discovery, but unfortunately, it doesn't help with the current situation. Hange shrugged. Senior Hange, there's new information from the government. Petra suddenly exclaimed in pleasant surprise. They spotted the zombie's face on a surveillance camera. The direction she's heading seems to be towards Eldian Military Academy. Huh, what a coincidence. Upon learning the zombie was missing, the officers immediately panicked. They no longer had any mind to deal with Levi's matter and directly called an emergency adjournment of the meeting. How could something like this happen? Roland didn't have direct authority to intervene in this matter, but he also knew just how serious it was. Ulysses also prepared to leave. As he went, he casually turned on his phone and saw a bunch of missed calls from Hange and Erwin at a glance. Ulysses. Crap, I forgot to tell Hange about my plan. Thanks for earlier. Levi sincerely thanked the grandfather and son. No need, Ulysses said, both amused and exasperated. Just make sure to explain to them later that I didn't mean you any harm. Don't worry, Pixis walked over. Erwin Smith already knows. He's coming to pick you up soon. You know me. Levi was somewhat surprised. Pixis shook his head. Although I don't know you personally, Commander Erwin and I have been good friends for many years. He's been mentioning you to me a lot lately. Erwin should be outside now. Go back with him. If that zombie isn't found, the sky's going to change. Levi's face turned cold as he hurried off to find Erwin. Are you alright, Levi? Although Erwin had already learned from Pixis that Levi had merely stood there for a while and answered a few questions, he still needed to show concern. I'm fine. Levi got into Erwin's car. What's the situation now? To be honest, I'm not entirely clear either. Erwin handed his phone to Levi. This is all the information Hange has sent over so far. Take a look first. Levi casually swiped and saw the information on the escaped zombie. His eyes widened in shock. This face, isn't this the founder Ymir? Eren lay on the table, looking at the sky outside the window. He reached out as if to grasp the white dove flying past. The sky was truly so blue. The world was so peaceful that he felt bored. Why couldn't he be a pigeon? Pigeons were so free, yet he was stuck in this tiny classroom listening to a boring theory lesson. Eren closed his eyes heavily. In his dream, the world turned blood red. Giant, strange monsters crushed and trampled humans like ants, and Eren could even feel the sensation of mangled flesh. I am about to make a decision of such horrific cruelty. How can I ever call myself righteous? Eren saw a boy who looked much like himself crying while holding a dark-skinned child. The future won't change. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The reality outside the walls is different from the world of my dreams, different from the world Armin saw in that book. When I learned that there were humans outside the walls, I was so disappointed. Are these my words? Why? Why would I say such things? I'm in so much pain. Mikasa, Armin, save me. Suddenly, a pale little girl with short white hair flashed before Eren's eyes, followed by a strange man with short black hair standing beside her. Who are they? Eren narrowed his eyes, trying to see more clearly, but his consciousness only grew hazier. That man looked a lot like Mikasa, though he seemed a bit shorter. Ring. Ring. Eren jolted awake from his dream, gasping for air. Eren, class is over. You slept through the whole lesson. Let's go eat. Mikasa picked up Eren's bag for him, but suddenly froze in place. Eren, are you crying? Am I crying? Eren reached out and touched the corner of his eye, feeling a cold dampness. It felt like I had a very long dream. What was in it? Eren and Mikasa walked side by side. Don't you dare tell anyone I was crying. I won't. Mikasa shook her head. But if you're crying for no reason, it's better to see a doctor. Eren. Mikasa. Over here. Armin had secured 3 seats in the cafeteria in advance and waved them over. Thanks, Armin. Eren naturally sat in the middle seat. Armin wasn't in the same class as Eren and Mikasa. The military academy was divided into 3 ranks, A, B, and C. Eren and Mikasa were in Class A, while Armin was in Class B. Armin chattered on as usual about the trivial matters of his class. Normally, Eren might have listened, but for some reason, his heart was racing today. He felt like something was about to happen. Eren's eyes glanced out the window, and he suddenly saw a pale young girl's face. His breath hitched. I really want to go see the ocean after the holidays this year. Eren, are you listening? Armin stopped talking abruptly when he saw Eren's reaction. Eren. Mikasa followed Eren's gaze out the window. There was nothing there. Eren suddenly stood up and bolted out the door. I know where that woman is, Eren's heart pounded. I have to catch up to her, I have to catch up to her. Eren. Mikasa and Armin were startled and hurriedly got up to chase after him. I have to catch up to her. Eren chased her all the way to the rooftop, but suddenly heard a voice from within his heart. Strange, why do I have to catch up to her? Eren froze as he looked at the strange woman standing before him. I feel like. Eren slowly raised his hand. I need to touch her. What school did you say this woman went to? Levi asked, flipping through the files Hange had sent. Eldian Military Academy, Erwin replied. This academy is very famous, how could you not know it? What a shitty name, Levi muttered, and then his eyes widened again. Eren Jaeger is at this academy too. Huh. Erwin wasn't sure what the problem was. To be honest, he didn't even know who Eren was, but Hange's files certainly said so. Yes, why? Is something wrong? Levi's mind was in a mess. Although he didn't know exactly why, his intuition told him that Ymir was definitely going after Eren. Why the hell couldn't that brat just live a normal life and spend his days in peace with that scarf girl and Armin? Speed up, Erwin. That zombie is definitely going after Eren. As soon as they reached the school gate, Levi jumped out of the car and charged into the campus impatiently. Wait, Levi, Erwin stopped him briefly. I know you must have a reason for this, but finding someone named Eren in such a large school won't be easy. Calm down first. Calm. He couldn't calm down at all. Even though he didn't know why Ymir hadn't disappeared or what she wanted with Eren, he knew it couldn't be anything good. The rooftop. For some reason, the word suddenly flashed through Levi's mind. Are you kidding me? Why? This feeling is disgusting. Levi clutched his head but had no choice but to follow the dictates of fate. Head upstairs, Erwin. Levi took the lead and ran up the stairs. Having no other choice, Erwin followed him. As soon as Levi reached the top, he saw Eren standing before Ymir as if he'd lost his soul. Beside them, Mikasa was nearly driven mad with jealousy, while Armin was busy holding her back. Don't touch her, brat. Levi shouted at Eren, closing the distance in a few strides to pull him away from Ymir. Who? Eren turned his head and saw a strange man running toward him. Instinctively, he intended to listen and retreat to the man's side. Suddenly, Ymir hugged Eren from behind. Let it begin, Eren. What? Eren felt everything around him come to a standstill. He couldn't hear any sound, his eyes were fixed on the face of the strange man rushing toward him. The sky changed color instantly. Red clouds spread across the horizon like blood, and a flash of golden light streaked past Levi's eyes. In an instant, Levi found himself in a place both strange and familiar. Is this the paths? Eren has already made contact with Ymir. What happens now? Levi watched as the sand-formed titans around him collapsed with a violent tremor, leaving behind figures about the size of humans. However, they were like the walking dead, their faces twisted and gruesome. Ymir appeared before Levi. The gears of fate are turning once again, your future and mine have long been set in stone. This is not another world, Mr. Ackerman. This is the future. I will once again bring the terror of the apocalypse to humanity. When it all ends, we will return to the very beginning. Ymir's eyes were hollow and lifeless. If it were you, Mr. Ackerman, you who carry the original memories, could you break this cycle? Rescue humanity from fear forever, and rescue me from endless enslavement. Levi snapped back to reality, his eyes meeting Eren's. How did that woman just vanish into thin air? Armin felt his worldview crumbling. Woo! That's the emergency evacuation alarm. Erwin was startled. In an instant, screams erupted everywhere. Levi quickly leaned over the railing to look down. He saw that all the gene warriors responsible for teaching and security in the school had simultaneously turned into zombies, indiscriminately biting everyone around them. Blood, flesh, tears, screams, the scene before him brought back memories of the era of the Titans. On this day, the zombie invasion began in full force. The apocalypse had descended upon humanity once again. On that day, mankind remembered the terror of being dominated by a strange power. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.